Chapter 1. The Reincarnation of the Flame Emperor. Chapter 1. Shao Xian is not dead. Do Qi Continent, Central Plains, Dual Emperor Abyss. Bang! The world shook and the empty space shattered. The natural energy continued to gather toward a cream-white energy swirl in the empty space. A countless number of people on the ground were quietly watching everything that was happening at this moment. Other than a couple of people, everyone in the world, regardless of whether they were humans or magical beasts, had landed on the ground at this moment. Their eyes revealed shock as they watched this scene in the distant sky. Only the eyes of the white-clothed young man in the air emitted a fiery hot glow. His bright eyes were filled with an overflowing fighting intent that soared to the sky, causing the entire empty space to emit waves of trembling sounds. The space around the man was repeatedly struck by this fighting intent that soared to the sky. It forcefully collapsed and recovered. It was as though the entire space would collapse in the blink of an eye if one were to add a little more strength. This caused the two figures standing beside him to sigh endlessly. An elite Do Di was indeed this powerful. Just the rise of the fighting intent within one's body would cause the space to tremble and shatter. An elite Do Di was indeed worthy of being the true peak existence on the Do Qi continent. There were 4 men and 3 women behind the white-clothed young man. There were also 3 children who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old standing quietly. The few children hugged the 2 beautiful women beside them. The 2 figures also bowed slightly. They extended their hands and hugged the younger children into their embrace. Only a little girl who appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old was still standing in the empty space. Her aura caused one to involuntarily feel shocked. The strength of this little girl, who was only 14 or 15 years old, had actually reached the advanced 8-star Doshin class. Such strength was something that one could count with one's fingers even in the entire Do Qi continent. She already possessed such a frightening strength at such a young age. It was difficult to imagine just what kind of frightening level her strength would reach in the future. Even though this was the case, at this moment, the little girl's pair of bright and beautiful eyes were staring intently at the back of the person in front of her, who did not appear to be very tall and straight. Around her eyes, a lustrous glint flickered. This scene also appeared on the few children and the 2 beautiful women beside her. Their red moist eyes caused them to be unable to bear to look at the back of the person in front of them. They were afraid that they would really be unable to control themselves and cry. However, if they did not look, they were afraid that they would never have the opportunity to meet him again. They were afraid that the person in front of them would suddenly disappear in the blink of an eye, never to be found again. After all, everything that was about to happen today was unknown to both of them and him, the 2 beautiful women's Do Sheng. They stared intently at Do Sheng. Their moist red lips were tightly pressed together. And their slightly reddened eyes revealed Do Qi. Although they wanted to say something, they were unable to speak of the Do Di Shao Do. The only Do 2 Do and Do Do were Do Di 1. They believed in his strength and believed in the power he possessed. Words of worry should not appear in his mind. They only needed to believe that there was no need to doubt his strength. I have finally waited for this day. Looks like ancestors' guess was right. Do Di is not the end of this world. There is indeed a peak above Do Di. Xiao Yan stared at the jade bottle in his hand. There was a brilliant heavenly flame churning repeatedly deep within his eyes. The expression on his face had also become increasingly fiery hot at this moment. At this moment, Xiao Yan could clearly sense the Do Qi ripple on his body gradually becoming more intense. A feeling that had not appeared for over a decade caused Xiao Yan's heart to be extremely fiery at this moment. Ugh, if only I was around when Xiao Xian broke through back then. Perhaps he would not have disappeared from this world. Gu Yuan by the side involuntarily let out a long sigh when he heard the content from Xiao Yan's mouth. An ashamed expression flashed across his face as he softly sighed with a somewhat sorrowful tone. Xiao Yan laughed out loud when he heard these words. He laughed loudly and comforted Gu Yuan. Haha, father-in-law, please be rest assured. Ancestor Xiao Xian has not completely disappeared from this world. What did you say? Xiao Xian is not dead. The spirits of Gu Yuan and Xiao Zhan beside him shook when Xiao Yan's words sounded. Even the eyes of Zhu Kuan by the side brightened. Zhu Kuan had also heard quite a lot of things regarding Xiao Xian over the years. His heart was filled with admiration for the latter. Naturally, he was extremely happy after learning that Xiao Xian was not dead. It was a long while later before Gu Yuan finally asked Xiao Yan with a trembling and excited voice. All they knew was that Xiao Xian had ignited his remaining spiritual strength in order to help Xiao Yan's spiritual strength break through the limit of the perfect heavenly state and enter the D state. He had engaged in a great battle with the heavenly tomb spirit before disappearing from this world. However, he was unaware that Xiao Yan had collected his spiritual essence. Hence, they were incomparably shocked when they learned of this news. The two of them only came to an understanding after Xiao Yan explained the reason. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. He was able to survive with the help of the heavenly tomb even under such circumstances. How can he die so easily? Ha ha. Gu Yuan, who had understood all of this, laughed heartily. His entire body seemed to have become much younger in an instant. Xiao Yan also smiled slightly. He clearly understood in his heart that Gu Yuan had always felt guilty about the Xiao clan's decline. After all, the Xiao clan was an ally of the Gu clan back then. However, the Gu clan did not provide much help after Xiao Xian's death and the Xiao clan was destroyed. Gu Yuan was also hindered by the elders of the clan. This clan head of the Gu clan was powerless even if he wanted to. He felt incomparably guilty in his heart and ultimately felt that the Gu clan owed the Xiao clan deep in his heart. Although Xiao Yan had already become an emperor and the Xiao clan had risen once again, the guilt in his heart towards the Xiao clan's ancestors had not lessened by much. Now that he heard that Xiao Xian was not dead and there was still a possibility of him being resurrected, the guilt in his heart naturally dissipated. As long as Xiao Xian was resurrected and saw that the Xiao clan was still around and was even more powerful than when he was still around, everything would naturally be nothing. No matter what Xiao Xian would say, he would have sufficient reason to face him. Haha, but Xiao Yan, you brat, why didn't you tell me about such a big matter earlier? You made me feel guilty for so many years. Are you deliberately trying to take revenge on me? When you return, I will definitely make you apologize to me. Gu Yuan's large palm slapped Xiao Yan's shoulder fiercely. His eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan as he laughed and teased him. Of course, Xiao Yan naturally understood the other meaning behind his words. However, he could only secretly nod his head. Gu Yuan immediately knit his brows after having sensed the thoughts in Xiao Yan's heart. He was just about to say something when Xiao Yan changed the topic. He once again laughed out loud and said, "Don't worry. Father-in-law, I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that all these years, I wasn't confident that I could resurrect my ancestor. Therefore, I didn't dare to jump to conclusions. However, until today, I felt that there was a strange movement in my ancestor's soul origin. Only then did I have the confidence to resurrect my ancestor. As for this trip, I don't know if I will be able to return alive. However, I will definitely do my best to return and apologize to father-in-law." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yan's eyes met with Gu Yuan's for a moment. Then, Xiao Yan suddenly turned around and no longer paid attention to Gu Yuan, whose expression had instantly turned solemn. Instead, he looked at the strange milky white vortex in the void that had stopped gathering the energy of heaven and earth. Xiao Yan placed his hands behind his back. The aura of his entire body suddenly calmed down. He was like an ordinary person without any training. His eyes were as calm as an old well as he watched the white-colored energy vortex that was only a couple of feet away from him. It was as though he wanted to forcefully see through this white-colored energy vortex. Xiao Yan just stood quietly in the void. However, the aura that appeared out of nowhere was like an incomparably sharp sword that charged into the sky. It cut through the sky and pierced through the void until it reached the end of the void. During the 10 years that Xiao Yan had become a DD, Xiao Yan had been to the tombs of many ancient DD experts. Although most of them had been destroyed by outsiders, there were still some that had not been discovered by the world. Even so, the information that he had obtained was still a drop in the bucket for Xiao Yan. However, even under such circumstances, he had only stopped a year ago. From then on, Xiao Yan had a strong premonition that Xiao Xian's resurrection method would be in the near future. Now, Xiao Yan's premonition had arrived. Xiao Xian's resurrection method existed in the milky white energy vortex in front of him. Ancestor Xiao Xian, the younger generation, Xiao Yan, is finally able to repay your kindness. Xiao Yan thought to himself as he looked at the milky white energy vortex in front of him. He then turned his head to look at Sun Er and Kai Lin. The two girls looked at Xiao Yan with reddened eyes. Their eyes were filled with a strong reluctance and love. Xiao Yan reached out and hugged the two girls and their children. He took a deep breath of the faint fragrance on their bodies. Xiao Yan's voice was filled with reluctance. Take care of yourself and the children. Wait for my return. The two ladies quietly closed their eyes and nodded their heads in agreement. After which, Xiao Yan looked at the little girl who was also nestled in his embrace. He bent his body and the corner of his mouth carried a loving and warm smile. Following which, he softly opened his mouth and said, Xiao Xiao, as an elder sister, you have to take care of these two little brothers for mother. Xiao Yan finally could not endure it any longer when she heard Xiao Yan's instructions. Sparkling tears instantly fell from her red eyes. Her two slender arms hugged Xiao Yan's neck. Her exquisite head leaned tightly against Xiao Yan's chest as she cried loudly. By the side, Sun Er and Kai Lin's red eyes became even redder when they saw this. Bright tears were about to fall like pearls. Xiao Yan's heart naturally could not remain calm when he saw this scene and heard the crying of his daughter in his embrace. However, he also knew that if he was unable to remain calm at this moment, it was likely that this family would worry about him all day long after he left if he was unable to remain calm. Xiao Yan swiftly sorted out the emotions in his heart. After which, he carried Xiao Xiao, who was nestled in his arms. The corners of his mouth revealed a warm smile as he looked at Sun Er and Kai Lin. He opened his mouth and teased them. Girls, this is not a life and death parting. We are merely going to another place to play. It is not like we are never coming back. Why are you crying? Don't tell me that you don't believe in my strength. Sun Er and Kai Lin quickly sorted out the emotions on their pretty faces after Xiao Yan uttered these words. They looked at each other and forced a smile. After which, they placed Xiao Xiao in Xiao Yan's arms and wiped away the tears on her tender face. After which, they gently placed her between Sun Er and Kai Lin. Their bodies turned and their eyes landed on the two elders not far behind them. These two elders were clearly the two most important figures in Xiao Yan's growth. The first was his father, Xiao Zhan. Before he became familiar with Yao Lao, Xiao Zhan had always firmly believed in him, regardless of whether it was before those 3 years of being a useless person, during that period, or after that. Xiao Zhan being captured by the Han clan could be said to be the matter that Xiao Yan regretted the most in his life. If he had not been young and frivolous back then, causing his entire clan to be destroyed in his anger, his father would not have been captured. Of course, from another perspective, if Xiao Zhan had not been captured and given Xiao Yan more motivation and desire for strength, it was likely that he would not have grown so quickly. It was difficult to say whether it was a blessing or a curse. The second person was the person who had the greatest influence on Xiao Yan's growth. He was also the person who was the most crucial. Yao Lao. If it had not been for Xiao Yan's 3 years of low point, Yao Lao would not have awakened. If it had not been for Xiao Yan's 3 years of low point, Xiao Yan would not have known how to endure. If it had not been for those 3 years, Xiao Yan would not have been able to form a good training foundation. If it had not been for those 3 years, Xiao Yan might not have broken off the engagement with Nalan Yanran. Perhaps, he would not have attracted the Misty Clouds sect. 3 years of being a useless person. Xiao Yan had been given the title of being a useless person. He had been given the cold shoulder and cursed. 3 years of being a useless person. Xiao Yan had caused Nalan Yanran to break off the engagement and break off the 3 years agreement. It was also because of this that he had incurred the anger of the Misty Clouds sect. However, if it had not been for these 3 years, Xiao Yan would not have been able to dominate the Black Corner region. If it had not been for these 3 years, Xiao Yan would not have been able to rely on his own strength to forcefully establish the Yan alliance and dominate the Jiao Ma Empire. If it had not been for these 3 years, the Central Plains and Xiao Yan would never have been fated. On the other hand, the Xiao clan would no longer exist. If it had not been for these 3 years, Xiao Yan would not have been able to join hands with the various factions in the Central Plains to establish the Sky Mansion Alliance. Moreover, he would not have been able to obtain the Do Di body that he currently possessed. Hence, everything that Xiao Yan currently possessed was inseparable from these two people. It could be said that without Xiao Zhan's encouragement and support and Yao Lao's nurturing, Xiao Yan would have ended up in that small corner of the continent. That incomparably fascinating continent could only become the place that his heart yearned for. Yao Lao and Xiao Zhan. After so many years, Yao Lao's strength had already reached the 6-star Doshin class. Although Xiao Zhan was not as strong as Yao Lao, he had also reached the 3-star Doshin class. The two of them were currently the top experts on the Doqi continent. Of course, even though this was the case, there were still many people on the continent who were stronger than them. However, no one would disrespect the two of them. Given their current status, even the clan leader of the Yan clan could not be compared with them. There was no other reason other than Xiao Yan, this top expert who had saved the entire Doqi continent. Xiao Yan looked at the two old men. Suddenly, he bent his knees and knelt in the air. This caused everyone below to exclaim in admiration. There were also those who felt envious of Yao Lao and Xiao Zhan for having such a strong descendant who was filial to his teacher. Although Yao Lao and Xiao Zhan wanted to help Xiao Yan up when they saw this scene, Xiao Yan was an elite Do Di, a true peak existence on the continent. How could they, as mere Do Shengs, be able to stop the things that an elite Do Di wanted to do? Hence, the two old men could only watch as Xiao Yan kowtowed 10 times. Thank you, Father, for raising me. Thank you, Teacher, for teaching me. I am unfilial and will not be able to serve the two of you. I hope that the two of you will take care of your bodies in the future. Do not overwork yourself. You must prioritize your health. Xiao Yan suddenly opened his mouth and spoke. The old faces of the two old men, which were filled with the scars of time, were filled with a satisfied smile. Both of their eyes were also filled with white tears. In one's lifetime, being able to have such an outstanding descendant who respected his teacher could be considered to have not lived in vain. After kowtowing and thanking the two old men for raising and teaching him, Xiao Yan turned his head to look at the envious Zhu Kun by the side. He looked at the latter and asked in a doubtful manner. Uncle Zhu Kun, may I know what Zi Yan is currently doing? Or is she unwilling to come and send me off? Xiao Yan was naturally aware of everyone's reluctance to part. This was something that could be seen from the fact that the little fairy doctor did not come. Hence, the tone of Xiao Yan's words contained a little apology. Haha, nephew Xiao Yan, you need not ask about this. That little girl does not have any intention of being unwilling to part with you. You need not think too much about it. You will naturally come to know about it in the future. You can rest assured and go. Ha 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 ha. However, Xiao Yan did not expect Zhu Kun's reply to be completely different from what he had expected. Xiao Yan did not say anything else after seeing Zhu Kun's eyes that were filled with confidence. Instead, he turned his body and faced those close friends who had helped him back then. His eyes swept over them one by one. Lu Qing, Wu Hao and the rest were vaguely visible. A couple of breaths later, Xiao Yan faced them and cupped his hands together. He bowed deeply towards them. After which, he turned around and walked towards the cream-white energy vortex that was suspended in the empty space without turning his head back. The people behind him were stunned for a moment before they finally recovered. They looked at Xiao Yan's white figure, which was about to enter the vortex. Immediately, everyone bowed slightly. They cupped their hands together and cupped them towards Xiao Yan. At the same time, they cried out in unison. Farewell, Flame Emperor! Farewell, Flame Emperor! Farewell Flame Emperor. The cries continued for a long time after Xiao Yan had disappeared before gradually coming to a stop. No one used any douqi when they shouted. They had only used their original loudest voice. This was a form of respect to those who respected them. Even so, the momentum still shook the entire continent. No one was unwilling in their hearts when everyone shouted. This was because the person they were shouting for was the person who had saved the entire douqi continent. That person was the Flame Emperor, Xiao Yan. Chapter 2. Please recommend me. Please recommend me. There have been some changes. Origin of Fighting Through the Firmament Chapter 2, Life? Death? Xiao Yan stared blankly at the space in front of him within the cream-white swirl. Accurately speaking, he was staring at the dense white fog that was floating in the space. That was something that had already disappeared from the douqi continent. It was also something that Hun Tiandi had planned for 1,000 years back then. He had even sacrificed the entire continent to obtain it. D-Essence. TSK, D-Essence. Back then, Hun Tiandi had planned for 1,000 years just to obtain a trace of the D-tier embryonic pill. Now, however, these D-Essences are just like air. TSK, the world has really changed. As long as one becomes a Do-D, the D-Essence, TSK, would likely be much more abundant than air. Unfortunately, it is already impossible to return from this realm. Otherwise, if I were to give these D-Essences to father-in-law and elder Zhu Kun, I would be able to create 2 elite Do-D out of thin air. Ugh, what a pity. Really, TSK. Xiao Yan let out a long sigh when he thought until this point. However, after thinking about it from another angle, Xiao Yan did not continue to think about it. Gu Yuan and Zhu Kun were already very old. Moreover, they were the peak experts on the douqi continent. They had already gotten used to the leisurely life on the douqi continent. Now that they were asked to break through the bottleneck and become DD, even Sun Er and Kai Lin would not agree to it, much less Gu Yuan. Hence, Xiao Yan's body moved and he flew towards the white fog in front of him. While Xiao Yan was advancing, he did not discover that the D-Essences were slowly gathering towards Xiao Yan at a speed that was not visible to the naked eye. They actually passed through his clothes and entered Xiao Yan's body. After which, they merged with Xiao Yan's douqi and body. However, as the person in charge, Xiao Yan was completely unaware of this. He continued to advance towards the dense white fog in front of him. After an unknown period of time, Xiao Yan finally stopped, but his brows were tightly knitted, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Xiao Yan didn't deliberately calculate how long he had been walking, so he didn't know how long he had been walking. But no matter what, it should have been about 10 days or half a month. But from the beginning until now, there was still a white fog in front of him. There was nothing. Xiao Yan had tried to change directions, but the result was the same. He couldn't find anything that looked like a way out. Xiao Yan had no choice but to unleash his Emperor Realm spirit. However, he still couldn't find anything. Instead, he felt that there was something wrong with the spiritual energy he had withdrawn. However, he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. This caused Xiao Yan's expression to become even more solemn. Until later, Xiao Yan's body actually felt a little swollen. He originally thought that he couldn't adapt to the Emperor's essence, so he tried to move faster. However, he found that the faster he moved, the more swollen his body felt. Until just now, Xiao Yan inadvertently noticed that his hand was actually filled with tiny cracks. Under Xiao Yan's careful observation, Xiao Yan found that his entire body was like this. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was both frightened and solemn. He was actually seriously injured without knowing it, and his body was on the verge of collapse. Xiao Yan wanted to use his douqi to forcefully suppress it, but just as he circulated his douqi, he found that in this short period of time, he was already unable to use his douqi, let alone suppress his injuries. Damn it, what exactly is going on? Why is it like this? My body. My douqi. Why is it like this? Ah! What exactly is going on? Is there no one stronger than a Do-di? Don't tell me that what my spiritual strength has sensed all these years is just an illusion. Did those elite Do-di from the ancient times all die here? In that case, what is the point of being a Do-di? For some unknown reason, Xiaoyan's heart actually roared furiously in an irritable manner. I am unwilling to accept this. For teacher, father, Sun heir, clan, and the entire Do-chi continent, I continued to train. I underwent 9 changes and became a Sheng. Finally, I broke through the restriction of the Do-Sheng stage, transformed into a Di and defeated Hun Tiandi. However, why is it all a joke in the end? I am unwilling to accept this. I am unwilling to accept this. Xiaoyan thought until this point in his heart. He lifted his head and emitted a hoarse roar that was unwilling to accept this. He did his best to roar towards the sky. At this moment, Xiaoyan's hair was a mess. His face was bright red. Traces of fresh blood continued to flow out from the cracks on the skin on his face, dyeing Xiaoyan's entire body blood red. He had turned into a blood person. Both of his eyes were filled with blood and protruded outwards. The muscles all over his body were tense as he stood straight on the spot. At a glance, he appeared just like a crazy magical beast. He looked extremely ferocious. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's body fell backwards. Both of his eyes were slowly shut. His spiritual strength continued to spread and disappear involuntarily. If someone were to see this scene at this moment, he would definitely recognize that this was the sign that the spiritual essence was about to collapse. However, the spiritual strength did not disappear. Instead, it merged into one with the Di essence in an extremely strange state. Xiaoyan's body fell downwards. His speed was unusually fast. If there was a rock below Xiaoyan's body at this moment, Xiaoyan's body would definitely be smashed to pieces and he would die on the spot. During the process of falling unconscious, Xiaoyan had a dream. He dreamed of his 3 years of being a good-for-nothing. He dreamed of the ridicule of his clansmen. He dreamed of the joys and dangers of following his teacher to roam the continent. He dreamed of the joys and sorrows of parting and reuniting with Sun heir. But suddenly, all of this began to disappear. Xiaoyan watched his friends and relatives leave him one by one. Xiaoyan wanted to keep them, but he was powerless. Looking at Sun heir's figure gradually fading away, Xiaoyan suddenly reached out to grab Sun heir. However, his hand was still empty. There was nothing. Xiaoyan's hands clenched into fists in his dream. He roared towards the sky in grief and indignation. Ah! Sun heir! The heavens are unfair. The heavens are unfair. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was constantly falling in reality, also reached out to grab. However, the result was different. In his hand, there was an additional strand of silver-white light. At this moment, this strand of silver-white light was constantly struggling due to the sudden solidification. It was trying to break free from Xiaoyan's hand. Although Xiaoyan could not use Do-Chi at this moment, Xiaoyan was the Flame Emperor. His physical strength was extremely strong. How could a tiny strand of silver-white light escape from his hand? Hence, after struggling for a while to no avail, it finally came to a stop. It appeared to have collapsed as it quietly lay on Xiaoyan's hand and followed Xiaoyan as they fell. Please recommend me. Your votes are my greatest motivation. Chapter 3. Volume 1 Chapter 3 It was inexplicably familiar. This was a vast and boundless forest. At a glance, in the depths of the forest, there was a tall mountain peak that was half red and half white. It towered into the clouds like a pillar to the sky. At this moment, in an open space in the forest, a red flaming figure was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Above his head, a huge energy vortex was rotating slowly. The energy of heaven and earth was converging at an extremely fast speed, forming bursts of energy gusts in the surroundings, causing a few nearby trees to fall in response to the wind. However, a man in white lying on the open space beside him, who was in a coma, was safe and sound. He was not affected by the hurricane at all. After a while, the flaming figure stood up from the ground. The flames dissipated, revealing a handsome face. Between his eyebrows, a half-black and half-red flame mark was faintly glowing. However, at this moment, he frowned and looked at the man lying beside him. After checking that the man was fine, he raised his head and looked at the mountain peak in the distance. He sat down cross-legged again and quietly waited for him to wake up. After a long time, Xiao Yan slowly stood up from the ground with a slight cough. Ahem, I'm still alive. My injuries are healed. On one hand, Xiao Yan observed his surroundings. On the other hand, he used his mind to observe the interior of his body. However, he found that there was no change in his body except for some more emperor's sources. Even the blood that flowed out from his original physical injuries was not there. This made Xiao Yan feel as if he was dreaming. When he turned his head, he saw the flaming figure sitting cross-legged beside him. Hui. By the way, Hui, do you still remember what happened in that space? Xiao Yan did not react until he saw Hui, and then he asked a little strangely. Xiao Yan found it strange that when he was on the verge of death, Hui did not appear. Hui and Xiao Yan were originally one. Although it had its own intelligence, how could it ignore Xiao Yan when he was in danger? This made Xiao Yan feel very strange, but he was too embarrassed to ask too directly, so he asked in a roundabout way. I remember. I also saw the entire process of you being injured. Hui replied in a somewhat apologetic manner. It seemed to have sensed the doubt in Xiao Yan's words and continued. However, I am unable to help you. I am even unable to warn you because all of my strength was sealed the moment I entered the vortex. It was futile no matter how I struggled. Xiao Yan gradually understood that Hui had nearly lost his life despite his strength as a Do-Di. What could Hui's current 9-star Do-Do Xiao Yan was considered a 9-star Do-Do Xiao Yan. If nothing unexpected happened, there was no need to save him. Xiao Yan's strength had also continued to grow during these 10 years. It had reached the peak of the 9-star Doshin class and was only a step away from the perfect 9-star Doshin class. Even though this was the case, it was still unable to help Xiao Yan. This caused little E to feel quite helpless. Xiao Yan had changed Hui's name to Hui because Hui's outer appearance was no longer that of an infant. Moreover, Hui already possessed its own intelligence. It was equivalent to two people's thoughts being gathered on Xiao Yan alone, causing the two of them to feel extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. Hence, the thoughts between the two of them had been severed by Xiao Yan. However, the heavenly flame was ultimately Xiao Yan's. Hence, Xiao Yan had put in a lot of effort to remove Hui's consciousness from the heavenly flame. After which, he used the heavenly flame to create a fire spirit body for Hui. Finally, he had used the heavenly flame to nourish it for a couple of years before he succeeded. Hence, Xiao Yan was currently able to use the heavenly flame. Hui had also become an alternative heavenly flame after practicing the life transformation flame secret technique that Xiao Yan had obtained back then. Hui flipped his hand after he finished speaking. A silver-white band of light appeared in his hand. It continued to twist and struggle. Tiny spatial cracks continued to appear in the surrounding space. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at Hui strangely. This was a wisp of space force. With Xiao Yan's vision, he could naturally see the extraordinariness of this wisp of space force. After all, the ordinary space force did not have spiritual wisdom like this wisp of space force. Although the spiritual wisdom of this wisp of space force was not high, it was enough to show its extraordinariness. You grabbed it when you were in that space. When I appeared earlier, I found that you were holding it tightly, so I temporarily put it away for you. As soon as Xiao Yan heard that he had caught it, he immediately remembered the dream he had. Fortunately, it was just a dream. Otherwise, Xiao Yan really didn't know how to keep himself alive. After calming down a little, Xiao Yan not only did not reach out to grab back the wisp of silver-white space force, but instead, he stretched out his palm. A golden light flashed, and above his palm, a thunder dragon flashing with golden light was constantly hovering. Looking at the wisp of space force, it kept making excited dragon roars. Little Jean. What are you doing? This golden dragon that Xiao Yan called Little Jean was the 9 mysterious golden lightning that had luckily retained its spiritual wisdom because of Xiao Yan back then. However, its strength had greatly decreased because of Xiao Yan, and it had fallen all the way to the 1-star Dozun class. However, it had unexpectedly treated Xiao Yan as its family. This caused Xiao Yan to be speechless. However, due to the affection that Xiao Yan and the other children had for it, Xiao Yan silently agreed. After all, this 9 mysterious golden lightning had once helped Xiao Yan. Hence, Xiao Yan had helped it recover its strength during these 10 years. It had even allowed its strength to reach the Dosheng class and become a first-tier Dosheng. However, Xiao Yan had never expected that this little fellow would actually follow him in. Moreover, from the looks of it, it seemed that it wanted to swallow this wisp of space force. Xiao Yan looked at the 9 mysterious golden lightning in front of him and then at the wisp of space force. After thinking for a moment, he withdrew his hand. In an instant, Little Jean was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. In a flash, it appeared in front of the wisp of space force. That small snake-like space force also seemed to have sensed a dangerous aura. It curled up and trembled repeatedly. Little Jean excitedly circled around it. Suddenly, a golden light appeared on its body and wrapped around the tiny wisp of space force. The little fellow continued to roll around and emit a hiss. Finally, a carefree dragon roar was emitted from Little Jin's mouth a moment later. It flipped in the air and returned to Xiao Yan's arm. After which, it fell into a deep slumber and began to refine the energy that it had obtained earlier. Xiao Yan looked at Little Jean, who had returned to his arm. He smiled and shook his head. After which, he looked at Hui Yi and asked, "Where is the black flame? Why is he not with you?" The black flame that Xiao Yan had mentioned was the nihility-devouring flame from back then. Back then, it had returned to the heavenly flame square in order to seal Han Tiandi. However, after 10 years, Han Tiandi's soul had already been destroyed. The nihility-devouring flame had also left the heavenly flame square and regained its freedom. However, due to it wanting to become an emperor, it had continued to follow beside Xiao Yan. However, it was unwilling to acknowledge Xiao Yan as its master. Hence, Xiao Yan had merged a portion of the heavenly flame essence with Hui Yi. This allowed both parties to know the approximate location of the other party. This would make it easier for them to search for each other after the matter with Xiao Yan occurred. However, Hui Yi did not reply after hearing these words. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the tall mountain peak, which had a distinct red and white color. A trace of doubt lingered within his eyes. Please recommend. Chapter 4. Xiao Yan followed Hui Yi's line of sight and looked into the distance. At the end of his line of sight was a tall red and white mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. When he glanced over just now, he clearly felt that there seemed to be something familiar there that attracted him, but that feeling disappeared in a flash. After a glance, he could not feel anything. You should have noticed something, right? Hui Yi looked at the huge mountain peak at the end of his line of sight with a puzzled face and asked. That's right. I did sense something. But what exactly is it? It gave me a very familiar feeling, but that feeling was so faint that I couldn't figure it out. Xiao Yan frowned slightly and replied with a puzzled and curious face. Then he withdrew his gaze and looked at the sky above his head. But it's also because of this that I'm now a little interested in this world. Xiao Yan said half jokingly and half seriously. Then he turned his head to look at Hui Yi and said, "Let's go. Let's go. Let's see what it is that can make us, who have never been here before, feel so familiar." As soon as his voice fell, Xiao Yan was about to step into the air, but in the next moment, his figure suddenly stopped. This was because the moment he circulated the dou qi in his body, a wild wind blew within a 1,000-kilometer radius of where Xiao Yan was located. Clouds rose in an instant and dark clouds covered the sky. On the ground, numerous towering trees fell with the wind. Only Xiao Yan and Hui Yi remained standing. They were not the least bit affected by this hurricane. Initially, Xiao Yan was also shocked by everything that had happened so suddenly that he jumped up. Following which, he appeared to have thought of something and his face revealed surprise as he watched everything in front of him. He was not the slightest bit moved by the falling of these trees. This was not because he was devoid of humanity and had no respect for the world, but at this moment, the rise of the Do Qi in his body had made him so excited that he could not extricate himself. How could he care about these things? This is the sign of overflowing Do Qi and about to break through. It seems that those emperor's sources are not useless. Now that I am in this situation, it is most likely related to those emperor's sources. It seems that the idea of going there will have to be put aside for the time being. Once Xiao Yan finished speaking, he did not say anything else. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. He had already used his spiritual perception to investigate. The humans and magical beasts within a 500-kilometer radius had already been completely eliminated by the Hui Yi. The area where they were located would definitely not be affected at all. Therefore, Xiao Yan was very reassured as he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to make sufficient preparations for the upcoming breakthrough. The Do Qi in Xiao Yan's Do Qi continued to circulate along his meridians and was then refined by the heavenly fire. Finally, it returned to the flame vortex at the center of the vortex of Do Qi. Ever since Xiao Yan's strength had reached the Do Di class, the vortex within his body had undergone a huge change. Before reaching the Do Di level, everyone's vortex relied on absorbing the energy from the outside world. After which, it would be sealed and merged into one's body before being used. But as long as one's strength reached the Do rank, the vortex in one's body would transform into a new space in the center, which was specially used to store and refine the Do Qi absorbed from the outside world. And this space would also continue to expand as one's strength increased. The stronger one's strength, the greater the amount of Do Qi stored. It could greatly reduce the consumption of Do Qi during battle. Moreover, this space also had a certain isolation ability. Unless the opponent's strength far exceeded one's own or had some heaven-defying cultivation method or Do Qi, it would be impossible to confine the Do Qi circulation in one's body. This also greatly avoided unnecessary injuries caused by some petty actions in battle. After half an hour, Xiao Yan, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, opened his eyes in surprise. A sharp flame beam shot out from his eyes and disappeared into the void. Phew! Finally, I haven't dared to really use Do Qi for 10 years. Now that I have circulated it, it is indeed much more carefree. Hui Yi, I am about to break through. Help me guard. In the past 10 years, Xiao Yan had been suppressing the Do Qi in his body all the time. If not, Xiao Yan would have already arrived at this place. Xiao Yan exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi from his body. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and said to Hui Yi. When Hui Yi heard Xiao Yan's slightly trembling words, he nodded heavily without hesitation. Then, he jumped up and flew thousands of miles away to guard Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan sat calmly. Both of his hands formed a training seal. The Do Qi in his body began to circulate along the qi channels of the flame mantra. Following the circulation of the Do Qi in Xiao Yan's body, the energy between heaven and earth also unceasingly gathered toward Xiao Yan. As the circulation speed of the Do Qi in Xiao Yan's body continued to increase, Xiao Yan's body uncontrollably rose into the air. The energy of heaven and earth also formed a huge energy whirlpool around his body. The energy of heaven and earth also followed the energy whirlpool and crazily gathered toward Xiao Yan's body. After entering the qi channels in Xiao Yan's body, it was continuously refined and absorbed by the mysterious flame in Xiao Yan's body. Then, it was transported through the qi channels into the flame whirlpool in the middle of the vortex. At this moment, the space within the flame whirlpool was filled with rich and pure milky white Do Qi. This space was also constantly expanding and contracting. It was as if it was waiting to complete a breakthrough after gathering enough energy and evolve into an even wider space. Crack! However, at this moment, a clear cracking sound sounded from Xiao Yan's finger in the outside world, causing Xiao Yan to suddenly wake up. It nearly caused the model Douqi in Xiao Yan's body to go berserk and suffer a backlash. This was actually Xiao Yan's serene sea storage ring. It had been forcefully shattered by this powerful energy. The things inside were piled up like a small mountain. If it was an ordinary time, Xiao Yan would naturally not bother. However, a portion of Xiao Yan's spiritual origin was currently still in the jade bottle in Xiao Yan's storage ring. If the jade bottle was accidentally shattered by this powerful energy, Xiao Xian would really completely disappear from this world. If the result really turned out like this, Xiao Yan would definitely feel guilty towards Xiao Xian for the rest of his life. This would cause him to become dispirited and a heart demon would form. This would cause Xiao Xian's cultivation to regress instead of advancing. In the end, he would truly become a cripple. Hence, Xiao Yan hurriedly did his best to suppress the dou qi that was about to go berserk in his body. He used a portion of his dou qi to wrap the jade bottle with an energy barrier to protect it. After which, he focused on breaking through his strength. However, Xiao Yan, who was in a hurry to break through, did not realize that the thread of Xiao Xian's spiritual origin within the jade bottle that was being protected was unceasingly absorbing the emperor essence that had been gathered from Xiao Yan's breakthrough. Threads of life energy were also being released from it. It was like a huge sleeping dragon twisting its body. However, Xiao Yan had no way of knowing everything that was happening. Hua Yi was also protecting Xiao Yan in the distance. Naturally, no one knew everything that was happening in this small jade bottle. Recommendation ticket. Recommendation ticket. I beg for a recommendation ticket. I'm about to kneel. Chapter 5. Volume 1 Chapter 5, Divine Bloodline. In an open space in a vast forest, the forest looked as if it had just gone through a great battle. The surrounding trees had been uprooted and were extremely damaged. The ground was also covered with broken ancient trees. Only the figure sitting cross-legged in the air was still dressed in snow-white clothes. His clothes were neat and fluttering in the wind, bringing about whistling sounds. Around his body, a huge energy vortex was spinning at an extremely fast speed, gathering the spiritual qi between heaven and earth, emitting whistling sounds like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. Faintly, some spatial cracks appeared between heaven and earth, making it look even more ferocious and terrifying. At this moment, the dou qi within Xiao Yan's body was densely packed. It was like an inflated balloon that was continuously contracting and expanding. That special space was also continuously absorbing the Lingqi that Xiao Yan had refined. However, that Lingqi storage space, which appeared to be continuously contracting and expanding, was still incomparably firm as it was about to break through its restraints and explode. Seeing this, Xiao Yan operated the flame mantra even more crazily. The dou qi in his meridians surged wildly. The heavenly flame quickly passed through his meridians, refining the spiritual qi that Xiao Yan had absorbed from the outside world. However, this was still not enough. Most of the spiritual qi contained Emperor's source. However, Xiao Yan's heavenly flame was unable to refine the Emperor's source. When the heavenly flame refined the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, it had to remove the Emperor's source from it. This also caused Xiao Yan's absorption of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to be even slower. If this continued, the final result would definitely be failure. However, at this moment, an incomparably fierce suction force came from elsewhere. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the suction force actually only absorbed the Emperor's source. The Emperor's source between heaven and earth seemed to have received an order at this moment and rapidly flowed in the direction of the suction force. The speed at which Xiao Yan absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth also increased. Waves of pure dou qi poured into the strange space, causing the dou qi inside to constantly increase. The space also became more and more swollen. It was clear that the space was not far from the final rupture. However, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. Where did this unknown guy come from? He even broke through the guard of Hua Yi. Now, If one looked at the space where Xiao Yan was now from the outside, one would discover that the huge energy vortex that appeared when Xiao Yan was constantly cultivating and breaking through, now there were two. The only difference between them was that the swirl behind Xiao Yan was absorbing the natural energy of the world, emitting an extremely powerful and overbearing aura. On the other hand, the swirl on the other side was absorbing the de-essence of the world. The milky white emperor's source seemed to be dancing in the air. It slowly rotated and condensed into a mysterious drop of milk-like liquid, and disappeared into the void in a flash. Although the milky white whirlpool rotated very slowly, what was unexpected was that all the emperor's source between heaven and earth was pulled over, which looked extremely magical. The amount of energy that the two absorbed was different, causing the color of the enormous energy whirlpool that could cover an area to be different as well. It was as though two giant beasts were fighting for the energy of the world. Looking at it from afar, it gave off a unique feeling. Hua Yi, who was 100 miles away, was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. Logically speaking, under his power, it was impossible for anyone to break in under his guard, let alone within 100 feet of Xiao Yan. But in the next moment, his furrowed brows relaxed again. Instead, he looked curiously at the strange energy vortex because he just found that Xiao Yan, who was originally cultivating slowly, was gradually accelerating because of the inexplicable vortex that came out of nowhere. It seemed that this unknown suction force was helping Xiao Yan. The increase in Xiao Yan's training speed also meant that Xiao Yan was one step closer to breaking through. Why should he bother about it? What is that thing? Why is it helping big brother Xiao Yan? Hua Yi was happy for Xiao Yan, but at the same time, he was worried. The wind around Xiao Yan's body was constantly blowing, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was constantly pouring into Xiao Yan's body. The flame mantra was operating at an extremely fast speed, and the mysterious flame in his body was constantly refining and absorbing the modeled energy. The dou qi in the strange space was extremely rich, and the space barrier was constantly trembling, and cracks had appeared. Since Xiao Yan discovered these cracks, he was even more excited. He worked even harder to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and the emperor source between heaven and earth was also gathering in another direction at an extremely fast speed. Soon after, with a crisp cracking sound, a vigorous aura soared into the sky between heaven and earth, bringing with it bursts of wind whistling, as if a giant dragon was flying in the sky. Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes, and a light flashed in front of his eyes. He then stood up, and with a crackling sound, Xiao Yan performed a set of fist skills. Finally, Xiao Yan exhaled a long breath, and murmured to himself excitedly, "The feeling of breaking through is really something that I haven't experienced for a long time, it's really comfortable." Then he looked around again, and frowned. The strange vortex had disappeared. Xiao Yan pondered for a moment, and no longer thought about it. After all, he didn't lose anything, and there was no change in his body, so he naturally didn't pay attention to it. Looking at the burst serene sea storage ring, he leaned over and put the jade bottle into his arms. Then he waved his hand in the void, and a dark space crack appeared. He put the other items into it, then he turned and flew in the direction of Hua Yi. With Xiao Yan's current strength, he could tear the void at will. Just now, it was just a space that Xiao Yan temporarily opened up for convenience. However, at the moment when Xiao Yan put the jade bottle into his arms, the jade bottle emitted a faint light, and even Xiao Yan didn't notice it. At the same time, in a splendidly decorated hall tens of thousands of miles away from Xiao Yan, an old man in white was staring in shock at a crystal ball in the middle of the stone table in front of him, which was emitting a bright golden light. The old man in white stared at the crystal ball in front of him with his eyes wide open, and his mouth wide open. He stared blankly at the crystal ball in front of him until the light of the crystal ball dissipated, and then he shouted excitedly, "Divine bloodline! Ha 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 ha! God is really helping my Xiao clan! Ha 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 ha!" Before his voice fell, his figure disappeared from the hall in a flash, leaving only bursts of vigorous and heroic echoes reverberating in the hall. After the old man disappeared in a flash, the crystal ball suddenly shone again after a moment of silence. This time, the light was even brighter than the previous golden light. It actually emitted a gorgeous 7-colored light, which dazzled the entire hall. It was a pity that the old man had already left. He didn't have the chance to see this dazzling scene again. Please recommend me. Vote. Vote. Looking for recommendation tickets, recommendation tickets. Chapter 6. In a pitch-black secret room, several people in black cloaks sat opposite each other. The atmosphere in this dark secret room was particularly oppressive. One of them suddenly asked in a deep voice that sounded a little old. "Third brother, why didn't you guard the sacred blood crystal properly? Why did you call us to the family's secret room in such a hurry? Don't tell me you can't hold back your temper again so soon. In the past, it would have been fine if you had only guarded for 4 to 5 years. But this time, you've just taken over with your second brother for less than a month. Do you want to quit so soon? What you're doing is a little too much. Do you want to be locked up?" The voice wasn't loud, but everyone could hear the anger in it. What was most surprising was that they couldn't tell where the voice came from. As soon as the words came out, a black-robed figure in the crowd whose face couldn't be seen stood up and took a step forward. The old face under the black robe was full of smiles as he looked at everyone in front of him. "Today, I don't want to be lazy and quit. It's just that I don't need to do it in the future." The old man's indifferent tone made everyone frown. They seemed to be a little unhappy. As soon as the words came out, everyone felt the temperature in the space around them rise. One of the black-robed figure's robes also fluttered. Seeing this situation, the old man also hurriedly stopped his joking face. His face under the black robe had a solemn expression. Everyone seemed to see this pitch-black space as bright as day. Seeing this, they didn't say anything else. The rising temperature in the secret room and the terrifying aura gradually calmed down. When everyone's mood became serious, the old voice that was full of laughter spoke again. This time, it didn't have the joking tone from before. Instead, it was very serious and careful. He looked at the tallest black-robed figure in the crowd. Because of the black robe, the person's eyes couldn't be seen. But for some reason, the two of them tacitly raised their heads and looked at each other. If there was no black robe, it would be a scene of 4 eyes meeting. After a few breaths of time, the old voice slowly said, "That's right. The Saint Blood Crystal lit up, and it's a god-level bloodline." It was a simple sentence, but it caused the atmosphere that had just become serious to become lively again. All the elders looked at each other with tears streaming down their faces. The Saint Blood Crystal was the harbinger of their family's prosperity. They had guarded the Saint Blood Crystal for many years in hopes that one day, the Saint Blood Crystal that represented the hope of their family would shine brightly. Because as long as the Saint Blood Crystal shone, it meant that a descendant of the family had just returned to this continent. Moreover, it would only be an outstanding junior with extremely dense bloodline power and outstanding talent. At that time, it would be the time when the clan would prosper. But now, their long guard had finally paid off. The Saint Blood Crystal had not failed to live up to their expectations. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely powerful soul storm wreaked havoc in the entire secret room, enveloping the entire secret room. It even added a few restrictions outside before gradually stopping. Ever since the soul storm appeared, all the elders in the secret room stood up and stopped talking. They quickly tidied up their robes and quietly stood in their seats, waiting. Suddenly, the elder who spoke first spoke again solemnly. "Third elder, you actually dared to joke in front of us about such a big matter and delayed the timing. How should you be punished?" The third elder's expression changed drastically. He understood that the first elder of the family was really angry now. Thus, he hurriedly replied. "I, Xiao Mingyuan, am guilty. Please punish me, first elder." Although Xiao Mingyuan was the third elder of the Xiao clan, he was extremely playful and did not guard the Saint Blood Crystal properly. He would often sneak out of the family and cause a bunch of trouble. The higher-ups of the family did not know whether to laugh or cry. If not for the fact that he had only caused some small trouble and was the third elder of the family, he would have been locked up by the family long ago. The elders' council had tried to persuade him in every possible way, but he was still indifferent and did whatever he wanted to do. Until this year, it was the third elder's turn to guard the Saint Blood Crystal again. If not for the first elder coming out of seclusion in time and learning about the matters of the past few years, and using his tyrannical strength and family rules to suppress him, he would probably have run out again at this moment. But fortunately, he was very respectful to the first elder. In addition to the family rules, he did not dare to run out again. But now, it had only been a month since he took over from the second elder, and he actually called all the elders over again. This made the elders who knew his character rather unhappy. The first elder was also extremely unhappy. Finally, after making a fuss for half a day, Xiao Mingyuan could only admit defeat and accept the first elder's punishment. Elder Xiao Mingyuan knew about the big matter of the family, but delayed reporting it. Thus, he was punished by confinement for a month. But in view of Elder Xiao Mingyuan's merit in reporting the big matter of the family, the task of finding the whereabouts of that person and bringing him back to the family will be given to you. Elder Xiao Mingyuan, do you have any objections? The first elder stared at Xiao Mingyuan and asked in an unquestionable tone. Xiao Mingyuan bowed slightly and replied to the first elder. Replying to the first elder, Xiao Mingyuan has no objections. At this moment, he was extremely happy with the first elder's punishment in his heart. He could not even thank the first elder enough, so how could he have any objections? Although he was confined for a month, when he thought about how he would be able to leave the family after a month, this 1 month was nothing. Thus, he naturally accepted the punishment very directly. The first elder did this just to find a reason for him to leave the family. In any case, this way, not only could he get rid of Xiao Mingyuan, this troublemaker, but he could also find the clansman with the divine bloodline. Why not? The other elders were naturally very clear, but they could only curl their lips and nod in agreement. After all, the first elder had spoken, so who would dare to have any objections? After the matter was distributed and the elders packed up, the first elder released his aura and said in a deep voice, "Today's matter is not related to anyone. Apart from us and the family head, no one else is allowed to know about what happened today. If we find out that any outsiders know about it, kill them all." The first elder's words were full of overbearing meaning, but everyone also understood that this was all for the future of the family, so they all nodded and replied, "Yes." Seeing the reaction of the elders, the first elder also nodded, then his figure gradually dissipated in the dark secret room. The elders also retreated and left the secret room respectively. At this time, Xiao Yan, who was tens of thousands of miles away, was flying toward the towering mountain with Hui Yi. They would not have known if they did not walk. Once they did, they were shocked. It was unexpected that this seemingly short distance was actually quite time-consuming to travel with Xiao Yan's speed. This caused the two of them to feel helpless. Please recommend me. Your votes are my greatest motivation. Chapter 7. Book 1, Chapter 7, Meeting the Han clan again. At this moment, Xiao Yan and Hui Yi were flying toward the towering mountain peak. They would not have known if they did not walk, but once they did, they were shocked. They did not expect that this seemingly short distance was actually quite time-consuming even with Xiao Yan's speed. Until now, the two of them had been flying for a couple of hours. Even so, the two of them were still far away from the mountain peak. From this, it could be seen just how far Xiao Yan and Hui Yi were from the mountain peak. However, the two of them were not anxious. They had trained for so many years. If they could not even endure such a small distance, how could their cultivation have reached such a level? Moreover, traveling could be considered a different kind of training. Additionally, the two of them were very patient and did not deliberately increase their speed. Hence, they did not pay much attention to it. It was just that they could not help but feel a little surprised at how far the journey was. Moreover, the two of them had also properly appreciated the great scenery of this other world along the way. Along the way, they had also picked some elixirs that even Xiao Yan, an alchemist grandmaster, could not name. This caused Hui Yi to ruthlessly mock Xiao Yan, making the journey not so boring. Moreover, those mysterious elixirs had also caused Xiao Yan to become even more curious about this world. In his heart, he had also become increasingly certain of his guess. As for saying that Xiao Yan was a grandmaster alchemist and not an emperor alchemist, one could only blame Xiao Yan's bad luck. However, it could also be said that it was caused by Xiao Yan himself. In the past, the Do Di who had appeared on the Doqi continent had comprehended the way of heaven and earth. After which, they would comprehend their own emperor tier pill formula or find some emperor tier pill formula left behind by some ancient Do Di. However, Xiao Yan was really miserable because if he wanted to comprehend his own emperor tier pill formula, he would need to unleash his strength as a Do Di and merge himself with heaven and earth. However, if that was the case, Xiao Yan would definitely leave the Doqi continent after that. Xiao Yan would naturally not agree to that method. However, when Xiao Yan tried the second method, he ended up failing again and again. He could only helplessly give up on searching for the emperor tier pill formula. As a result, Xiao Yan had always been a grandmaster alchemist. However, if Xiao Yan were to compete with other alchemist grandmasters in alchemy, there would definitely be no one on the Doqi continent who would be a match for Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, who was flying forward in the air, suddenly stepped on empty air and stopped flying forward. His brows were tightly knit together. His face contained some seriousness and excitement. Hua Yi, who was following closely behind, also stopped when he saw that Xiao Yan had stopped. Hua Yi looked at Xiao Yan's somewhat serious expression and raised his eyebrows slightly. This was the first time that he had seen Xiao Yan reveal such a serious expression ever since Xiao Yan had become DD. However, the excitement on Xiao Yan's face was also seen by Hua Yi. Hence, Hua Yi vaguely had an answer in his heart after pondering for a moment. Although he was currently a 9-star Do Sheng, he was unable to sense it because he was too far away. Hence, he did not dare to be too certain in his heart. After all, an elite Do Di was not a cabbage that could be found on the street. How could it be so easy to meet one? Hence, Hua Yi still asked curiously, what is it? Could it be that something has happened to that thing? Xiao Yan shook his head. He looked at the mountain peak that was still on the horizon and said, it is not that something has happened to that thing. Instead, there are 2 extremely powerful auras there. Moreover, the owners of those auras are at least at the same level as me. It seems that the thing there has also been discovered by the strong people on this continent. There was a reason why Xiao Yan was so certain about this continent and did not have the slightest doubt about this world. This was because when Xiao Yan had just woken up, his heart already had a feeling that was different from when he was on the Doqi continent. This had nothing to do with the D-essence that densely covered the sky. Instead, it was because of the space of this continent. Xiao Yan's first feeling in this world was that he had become weaker. However, this was not because his strength had become weaker. Instead, it was because Xiao Yan discovered that his strength had been greatly suppressed. Hence, he was unable to unleash his full strength. This was also the reason why Xiao Yan and Hua Yi were unable to reach that mountain after flying for such a long time. Hua Yi, who was following closely behind Xiao Yan, immediately had a change in expression when he heard these words. At the very least, they were at the same level as Xiao Yan. Did this not mean that the 2 of them were at least elite Do Di? Hua Yi could only quietly agree with his own guess in his heart when he thought until this point. His expression immediately became solemn. His heart was thinking about how he could obtain that mysterious thing from the hands of the 2 elite Do Di. On the other hand, both of Xiao Yan's eyes by the side emitted waves of fiery hot glow. This was because Xiao Yan had already discovered that although his strength had been greatly suppressed, the Do Qi within his body had also become increasingly solid. Additionally, he had repeatedly familiarized himself with the space of this world during these few hours. He was confident that he would be able to defeat Han Tiandi within 100 exchanges if he were to fight with him again. Unfortunately, ever since Xiao Yan had become an DD, the only opponent of the same level that he had met was Han Tiandi, whose soul had already been destroyed. This thought was naturally impossible to complete. Now, however, his strength had become even more solid. Moreover, there were 2 elite Do Di that he could practice with. Why would he not do so? Xiao Yan's feet stepped on the empty air when he thought until this point. His body suddenly charged towards the red and white mountain peak. Hua Yi behind Xiao Yan glanced at Xiao Yan, who had charged out. He could only shake his head and stop thinking about it. His body flashed and hurriedly followed. He could tell from the expression on Xiao Yan's face that although Xiao Yan was still a little hesitant earlier, the fiery hot fighting intent within his heart had once again been stirred after he thought of the solidification and suppression of his strength. A big battle was unavoidable. A couple of hours later, the two of them stopped when they were still 10,000 feet away from the two elite Do Di. They hid within the floating clouds and quietly observed the distance. With the eyesight of the two of them, they were naturally able to clearly see everything within a 500-kilometer radius around them. The distinct red and white mountain peak reached into the clouds and covered half of the sky, causing everything that entered one's eyes to be dark. Adding the shine of the sun, it appeared completely dark. However, who were Xiao Yan and Hua Yi? How could this little darkness block their sight? Looking from afar, there were two figures standing in the air halfway up the mountain. The two of them were 100 feet apart, each occupying a piece of the world. One of them was an old man with white hair and a thin and amiable face. His hands were behind his back and he was standing at a spot where the sun was shining. He gave off a celestial feeling. The other person was wearing a black cloak and black gas lingered around his body. It covered half of his body, making it impossible for others to see his body clearly. However, one could tell that he was not a kind person from the pitch-black mask on his face with an unknown magical beast pattern on it. However, Xiao Yan and Hua Yi did not have the mood to bother about this at this moment. Instead, their eyes widened and their pupils abruptly shrank. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at the black-robed human figure in the dark black fog. The two of them spat out two words in unison. Soul race. Please recommend me. Please recommend me. Recommendation tickets. Recommendation tickets. Please recommend me. Please recommend me. Recommendation tickets. Recommendation tickets. I beg for your recommendation. I must emphasize, I beg for your recommendation. I beg for your recommendation. Chapter 8. Xiao Yan and Hua Yi were stunned. They looked at the human figure within the black chi. They were so shocked that they were unable to speak for a long while. A moment later, Xiao Yan finally frowned as he stared at that person. His eyes revealed a doubtful expression. From the appearance of that person and the black chi that surrounded him, one could tell that that person was most likely a member of the Han clan. However, Xiao Yan did not expect to meet a member of the Han clan the moment he arrived in an unknown world. This had indeed surprised him. At the same time, it also caused Xiao Yan's heart to unknowingly become as careful as when he was training outside in the past. This was not merely because of the human figure in the black fog below him. Instead, it was because he was cautious of the path ahead of him. The Han clan was definitely not a benevolent clan. After so many years, Xiao Yan already hated the Han clan to the core. Hence, whenever Xiao Yan met a member of the Han clan, he would definitely kill them. This was not because Xiao Yan was cruel. Instead, it was because of his many years of experience in dealing with the Han clan, as well as the persistence in his heart. It is really a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. I have just exterminated the Han clan. Now that I have arrived in another world, there is another Han clan the moment I come out. I, Xiao Yan, really have quite a deep affinity with all of you. Xiao Yan spoke with a cold smile. Hua Yi by the side also laughed coldly as he looked at the human figure in the black chi. Soon after, the two of them ceased speaking. Instead, they hid their bodies and quietly looked at the two people in the distance. Old Flame Demon, back then, we had agreed that no one is allowed to touch the things inside for 10 years. This was something that you had suggested. Are you trying to violate the rules between us now? A moment later, the green-clothed old man finally opened his mouth and reprimanded angrily in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. 1,000 feet in front of him, the human figure that was shrouded in black aura did not move at all. Instead, the face under the mask carried some ridicule as he looked at the green-clothed old man. After which, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Yuan Qing, who told you that our ghost temple sect would follow the rules? When have you ever seen our ghost temple sect follow the rules? What's more, these rules are meant to be broken. I'm just reflecting them. I didn't expect you to not even know this concept. You're really stupid." Keek keek. Yuan Qing's face darkened when he heard that. He knew how shameless the ghost slaughter sect was. They had always been a group of people who would do anything for their own benefits and missions. There was even a time when they brutally slaughtered the entire population of a city in order to kill a severely injured person who had fled into a city. However, both sides had only sent one person for this mission, and both sides were of equal strength. Therefore, he believed that with his strength and the rules set by the old flame demon ghost, he would naturally not dare to easily violate them. However, he never would have thought that the old flame demon ghost would actually sneak over while he was unprepared, intending to take the mysterious treasure for himself. It should be known that he had never even investigated the treasure before he discovered it. Moreover, the old flame demon ghost had already investigated it before him. It was because he had arrived in time that the old flame demon ghost did not succeed. However, the old flame demon ghost had actually come to steal the treasure right before his eyes. This caused him to be both shocked and furious. Firstly, the old flame demon ghost had actually dared to openly ignore his strength, causing him to be extremely furious. Secondly, the old flame demon ghost had actually dared to come alone right before his eyes. This meant that the treasure was no small matter. Once the old flame demon ghost obtained the treasure, his strength would definitely soar and he would be able to suppress Yuan Qing. At that time, Yuan Qing would likely be no match for the old flame demon ghost. At that time, not only would Yuan Qing fail to complete his mission, he would even lose his life. That would truly be a loss. An incomparable fury immediately soared to the sky when Yuan Qing thought of this. Both of his eyes looked as though they were about to spit fire as he stared at the old flame demon ghost opposite him. Suddenly, the aura on Yuan Qing's body abruptly soared. It continued to soar as an extremely dense green-colored doqi shot to the clouds. It only stopped when it caused the surrounding space to emit waves of trembling sounds. The old flame demon ghost opposite Yuan Qing lifted the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. He let out a cold snort and a powerful aura shot to the sky. Gray-black doqi instantly covered the entire place, rising to the same level as Yuan Qing. They each occupied an area, contending with each other as they collided with each other. Xiao Yan in the distance suddenly waved his sleeve when he saw this scene and absorbed Hua Yi into his body. The doqi within Xiao Yan's body surged wildly. His entire body was covered by a layer of doqi light barrier. His aura was withdrawn. His face was solemn as he looked at the two elite do-di called Yuan Qing and the old flame demon ghost. The doqi within Xiao Yan's body continued to circulate as he prepared himself to face any sudden situation. Suddenly, Yuan Qing's body shot up. The seals in his hands continued to change. He flashed and shifted a couple of times in the air, leaving behind 3 afterimages. However, this was not the end. His body continued to flash and appear between the 3 afterimages. Xiao Yan could vaguely see that the seals in the hands of the 3 afterimages were changing repeatedly. The bodies of the 3 afterimages continued to solidify. This was actually a kind of transformation technique. Although the formation of this transformation was a little slow, once it was formed, it would be equivalent to having a large additional support. Once this technique was successfully used, its strength would definitely be incomparably great. The corner of the old flame demon ghost's mouth twitched under his mask when he saw this technique. His expression instantly became extremely ugly. He involuntarily cursed, 9 transformation body art. Yuan Qing, you old man who will not die. Looks like you really want to completely break off all ties with me. Humph. Old flame demon ghost, you can forget about saying anything else. You were the one who broke the rules first. You wanted to use that treasure to suppress the old me. Now, you are blaming the old me. Today, even if the old me has to risk being seriously injured, I will get rid of you, this scourge of the world. Yuan Qing's words grew more and more intense. In the end, there was even a hint of killing intent. However, the main reason for that was because he was greedy for the mysterious treasure. At any rate, a treasure that even an expert like the old Balrog wanted to obtain was definitely no ordinary item. At this moment, the old flame demon ghost was no longer in the mood to think about this. He was startled when he heard that. He stared at the three Yuan Qing's clones with a stern expression. He might not have believed it if it was someone else. After all, once someone reached their current level of strength, their physical strength would be extremely tough. It would be difficult to heavily injure them, let alone kill them. However, he had no choice but to consider it carefully since it was Yuan Qing who had said that. Chapter 9. Yuan Qing naturally had his own confidence since he dared to utter such words. This was something that the old flame demon ghost was clearly aware of. This was because he had clearly seen an expert whose strength was similar to his or even a little stronger than him being directly turned into dregs by this move that Yuan Qing was currently using. Not even a corpse was left behind. Although the price was that Yuan Qing was seriously injured, there were still a couple of experts around Yuan Qing at that time. Even though there were still quite a number of people on the side that had been killed, the others could only flee in all directions after the strongest person on their side was killed. Yuan Qing had also recovered to his original state a couple of months later and did not even leave behind any sequelae. This matter caused Yuan Qing to become extremely famous for a long period of time. Yuan Qing was also known as an expert who was unrivaled within the same class. Although everyone knew that the price Yuan Qing had to pay for using that move was extremely great and that it would be difficult for it to have much of an effect when facing many people at the same time, it still caused people to sigh endlessly. After all, if one could use a serious injury to exchange for one's life during a critical moment, it was definitely something that everyone was willing to do. This was because as long as one's life was still present, what did it matter even if one received a serious injury? The reason for all of this was now once again standing in front of the old flame demon ghost on top of the three avatars of Yuan Qing. The avatar technique that Yuan Qing practiced was called the 9 transformation body formula. It was a Tian class high-level Do skill. If a practitioner was able to practice it to the peak, it was rumored that one could even form an avatar with a strength similar to the original body. Moreover, that avatar could also use any Do skill that the original body knew. A practitioner would be able to form 9 avatars at the beginning. The avatars would possess half of the original body's strength. Once the practitioner reached the initial level, the 9 avatars would merge together and finally form 3 avatars that possessed 2/3 of the original body's strength. Once the practitioner reached the advanced level, the 3 avatars would split from 3 into 9 before returning to 1. Finally, an avatar with a strength similar to the original body would be formed. As long as the original body was not destroyed, the avatar would not die. As long as the original body was not destroyed, the avatar would not die. This point was similar to the D-class high-level Do skill, 3000 lightning illusionary body, that Xiao Yan had obtained back then. With Xiao Yan's eyesight, he had naturally already seen through the profoundness of the 3 avatars. When he thought of his own 3000 lightning illusionary body, his heart immediately became excited. If he was able to obtain this so-called 9 transformation body formula and add it to his own 3000 lightning illusionary body, he would definitely be able to improve and create an avatar Do skill that belonged to him. In that case, it was likely that even a Do D was merely an ant-like existence in this world. He should also be able to possess some ability to protect himself. A glint appeared in Xiao Yan's eyes when he thought of this. Both of his eyes stared intently at Yuan Qing in the distance. This 9 transformation body formula was filled with many difficulties when forming each avatar. First, one had to use a crystal stone with the same attribute as the original body as the foundation of the avatar. On top of this foundation, one had to use one's spiritual strength to continuously agglomerate and refine the avatar, imprinting the chi method that the original body practiced into the body of the avatar. Next, One had to control the avatar to absorb the natural energy to solidify its body and continuously use the pure do-chi of the original body to refine the avatar. This continued until the attribute crystal stone and the avatar merged and reached the stage of perfect fusion. Only then could the refinement be considered a success. Moreover, each time the avatar was about to fuse and upgrade, it would trigger lightning. The avatar needed to endure the destructive strength of the lightning and be continuously baptized by the lightning, causing the avatar's body to become even more solid. Only then could it be considered a complete fusion and upgrade. After each fusion and upgrade, the avatar would borrow the destructive strength of the lightning to form an extremely wild and violent energy within its body. If the original body were to ignite this energy when facing an enemy, the strength that the avatar would erupt with at that moment would be more than half of the original body's strength when it self-destructed. Although the strength of this move was not ordinary, the price was also extremely high. After using it, the original body would be in a seriously injured state and fall into a dangerous situation. If one was not careful enough, one could die at any time. However, all in all, this 9 transformation body formula could be considered an extremely good do technique. It was just that whether or not the avatar could complete the fusion and upgrade would depend on the toughness of the original body's spiritual strength. After all, the avatar and the original body were originally one. The evolution of the avatar would naturally depend on the original body. If the avatar could endure it, it would transform into a dragon overnight and become a strong person. If the avatar could not endure it, the best-case scenario would be that the avatar would be crippled and the soul would be seriously injured. In the worst-case scenario, the soul would be completely destroyed and one would become a walking corpse that could be slaughtered by others. Although it could be said that this do technique was extremely difficult to practice, as long as one could successfully practice it, its strength would be so great that it would cause one to feel shocked. This point could be seen just from how Yuan Qing's all-out attack had directly killed an expert of the same level. If it was an ordinary time, the old flame demon ghost would naturally not be afraid when Yuan Qing used this 9 transformation body formula. After all, there were usually a couple of attendants beside him. Yuan Qing would definitely have some misgivings in his heart. Currently, however, there was only the old flame demon ghost and Yuan Qing present. Of course, they were unaware of Xiao Yan's existence. Otherwise, Yuan Qing would definitely not use this do technique that was basically gambling with his life on the spot. Due to the old flame demon ghost urgently wanting to obtain the natural treasure within the belly of the mountain, he was also afraid that Yuan Qing would discover and obstruct him. Therefore, he had only come alone this time around. He did not bring those few subordinates with weaker cultivations with him. However, from the looks of the current situation, it was likely that it would be difficult for him to return alive by himself. The pair of shady old eyes under the mask eagerly swept over the surrounding environment. When the old flame demon ghost's gaze swept over the enormous mountain beside him, both of his eyes suddenly brightened. A dark and vicious glow flashed across his eyes. Immediately, he turned his head and laughed as he looked at Yuan Qing and said, "Cuckoo, old ghost Yuan Qing, you are indeed able to kill me here if you use your full strength. However, don't you want to know just what is inside?" "Humph. You need not be concerned about this. As long as the old me kills you here, all the natural treasures within this mountain will naturally belong to me. At that time, the old me will naturally know just what the treasure is. As for now, I advise you to save your strength and prepare to receive this big gift that I am about to give you." Ha 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 ha. The corner of Yuan Qing's mouth was lifted as he coldly snorted. Immediately, he turned to the old flame demon ghost and spoke with a face filled with ridicule. "Humph, do you really think that you will be able to obtain the natural treasure within this enormous mountain as long as you kill the old me? Cuckoo, what a joke." The old flame demon ghost laughed coldly as he glanced at Yuan Qing. His tone was indifferent as he spoke. However, there seemed to be something that he did not say at the end of his words. Just as he was about to say it, it was forcefully swallowed back into his stomach, causing one to feel a confusing feeling. "What do you mean by these words?" Yuan Qing hesitated for a moment after hearing these words. Finally, he frowned and opened his mouth to ask. Chapter 10. If I had come here today to obtain the item in the mountain alone, do you think I would have been discovered so easily with my strength? If I wholeheartedly wanted to avoid you, do you think that you would have the slightest chance of discovering me given the concealment methods of my ghost temple sect? The old flame demon ghost ignored Yuan Qing's doubts and asked again. Yuan Qing frowned deeply when he heard that. He lowered his head and pondered the Balrog ghost's words. The Balrog ghost was right. With his ghost temple sect's concealment methods, Yuan Qing might not have been able to discover him even if he cultivated for 100 years if he wanted to. However, what did he mean by that? Did he really purposely let me discover him so that he could lure me out and kill me in a single stroke? Thinking up to this point, Yuan Qing's entire body broke out in cold sweat. His soul power involuntarily spread out to investigate the surrounding auras. However, Yuan Qing was no fool. After a brief investigation, he retracted the powerful soul power he had spread out. He did not allow his thoughts to mess up his mind. He thought about it from another angle. Since the Balrog ghost did not bring any guards with him when he came out, and the Balrog ghost knew that it was impossible for him to kill Yuan Qing alone, it would already be quite good if Yuan Qing did not kill him instead. Then why exactly did this old flame demon ghost spend so much effort to lure him out? Xiao Yan, who was hidden in the white cloud in the sky, shook his head and softly sighed when he saw Yuan Qing's face as he thought bitterly. Everyone says that the older a person is, the wiser they become. Why does Yuan Qing seem so foolish now? Looks like the longer you live, the more reluctant you are to die. You've become afraid of death. You fell for such a simple trick. You've really wasted your life. A moment later, Yuan Qing raised his head and looked at the Balrog ghost. His eyes stared at him without blinking as he said in a deep voice, "Tell me, what do you want from me? Since you have lured me here, it is likely that it is not as simple as having a chat with me, right?" The Balrog ghost parted the corner of his mouth that was hidden under the mask. His entire body within the black fog quietly relaxed. Due to the cover of the black fog, Yuan Qing did not notice it. However, Xiao Yan, who was in the clouds, frowned slightly. Immediately, the corner of his mouth was lifted into an icy cold arc. The members of the Han clan were really unable to change their treacherous character no matter where they went. These fellows would first compete with the other party in terms of strength no matter where they went. When they were stronger than the other party, they would torture the other party even more viciously. If they were unable to defeat the other party, they would think of all sorts of methods and use everything around them to attract the other party's attention. On the other hand, they would wait for the right opportunity and viciously bite the other party like an incomparably poisonous snake. After which, they would quietly enjoy that painful feeling, causing them to be incomparably excited. The Balrog ghost looked at Yuan Qing, who was standing quietly without moving, and the three avatars behind him. He laughed, "Brother Qing Yuan, there is indeed a natural treasure within the belly of this enormous mountain. However, there is an extremely powerful restriction within this mountain. It is likely that this natural treasure has already been discovered by an almighty person. However, this item might not have matured back then. Hence, this restriction was left behind in order to come and collect it in the future. You should also understand the meaning behind my words now that I have spoken until this point, right?" The Balrog ghost's face was filled with smiles as he glanced at Yuan Qing. At this moment, even the way he addressed Yuan Qing had become cordial. Yuan Qing frowned upon hearing this. He looked at the Balrog ghost with some dissatisfaction and said, "You wish for me to join hands with you and break the protective restriction on this mountain? On what basis should we obtain the natural treasure within it?" The Balrog ghost seemed to have already anticipated that Yuan Qing would ask such a question. Hence, he merely glanced at Yuan Qing before quickly continuing, "After the old me has investigated the treasure within this mountain, if I have guessed correctly, this item should be." The words in the Balrog ghost's mouth suddenly paused when he spoke until this point. He raised his eyes to look at Yuan Qing, who was quietly standing in the air with an impatient face. The corner of his mouth under the mask was lifted. After which, he continued, "Icy fire vermilion fruit. The entire place became quiet when these words were uttered. Yuan Qing's eyes were widened. His pair of turbid old eyes were filled with excitement and threads of greed that could not be hidden. His entire body involuntarily trembled slightly. The dou qi within his body also began to churn at this moment. If it was not because Yuan Qing saw that the Balrog ghost still had some value, it was likely that he would have been killed by the Balrog ghost with all his strength the moment those words left his mouth. The icy fire vermilion fruit was a kind of natural elixir that had extremely harsh growth conditions. Any place where the icy fire vermilion fruit grew would definitely be a place where the fire affinity and ice affinity energy of the world intersected. During its growth stage, the icy fire vermilion fruit needed to first absorb the ice affinity and fire affinity energy of the world to reach a balance point. After which, it would grow independently for 100 years. Once it reached 100 years, it needed to be picked immediately. Otherwise, one could only wait for it to grow to 1,000 years and wait for its next evolution to be picked. This fruit appeared just like a vermilion fruit from its outer appearance. Two tiny lines of fiery red and icy blue intertwined with each other, turning it into a dazzling and eye-catching piece of art where red and blue intersected. Ice and fire conflicted with each other. Originally, they should not have merged into one. However, it was unknown whether it was a strange creation of the heavens or the uniqueness of the fruit itself, but the two types of energy within it did not explode due to the conflicting attributes. Instead, they merged together in an extremely harmonious manner. It was precisely because of this point of the icy fire vermilion fruit that when a cultivator swallowed it into his body, the balance between ice and fire would be broken. From there, it would release an energy that was dozens of times greater than usual. The cultivator would then use this energy to break through. Wherever it grew, other than plants, all living beings within a radius of 1,000 miles would be intimidated by the strange pressure of heaven and earth that it emitted, not daring to lay a finger on it in the slightest. The situation now was exactly the same. Looks like it is undoubtedly the icy fire vermilion fruit. Yuan Qing calmed his mind. His eyes stared at the Balrog ghost for a long while before glancing at the huge mountain beside him that had a clear distinction between red and white. Finally, he nodded his head in confirmation. Tell me, how do we split it? Yuan Qing did not say much and directly asked the question that the two of them were most concerned about right now. The Balrog ghost was not surprised. He knew that Yuan Qing had been stuck at this cultivation level for many years. Now that he finally knew that the thing he had been dreaming of was right in front of him, he was naturally extremely anxious. Ha, that's easy. Since the restriction was broken by the two of us together, the thing inside should naturally be split in half. Brother Yuan Qing, do you have any objections to this? Yuan Qing hesitated for a moment before the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He agreed, all right, then we'll split it in half. With that, the two of them approached the huge mountain and prepared to break the restriction on the mountain. Please recommend me. Please recommend me. Recommend me. Recommend me. Please recommend me. Let me emphasize, please recommend me. Please recommend me. Chapter 11. Yuan Qing and the old flame demon ghost circled the entire mountain and looked at it for a long time. Finally, they chose a rock wall that appeared as though a large hand had forcefully dug out a portion of the rock and could only allow one person to rest. The two of them stood side by side in the air, forming a pincer attack. However, the two of them tacitly left a distance of dozens of feet between them. The three avatars beside Yuan Qing surrounded him in the middle, forming a perfect defensive formation. This caused the eyelids of the old flame demon ghost, who was not far away, to twitch. However, he could only helplessly glance at Yuan Qing, maintain a good distance from him, and ignore him. After the two of them repeatedly investigated, they found that the seal in the sunken area was the weakest. Perhaps it was because that almighty person often came to check and rest. After the two of them investigated, they both agreed that this was the most suitable place to break the seal. Yuan Qing glanced at the old flame demon ghost from the corner of his eyes. Seeing that he did not do anything, he shifted his gaze to the cliff. He hesitated for a moment before moving. Boom! With a thought from Yuan Qing, one of the three avatars instantly shot towards the cliff. In the end, it heavily collided with the cliff with a bang. Immediately, the entire mountain shook violently. Yuan Qing watched all of this with a smile. He felt that this seal was only a so-so. The old flame demon ghost needed to go through so much trouble to work together with him to break it. However, Yuan Qing's expression suddenly became grave in the next moment. The seal on the mountain has the effect of reflecting attacks. One could see that the avatar that had been sent out by Yuan Qing was in a battered state as it shot backwards. Its originally solid body had also become illusory. Its miserable appearance caused the old flame demon ghost by the side to release a mocking laugh from its mouth. Old flame demon ghost, you are looking to die. You clearly knew about this reflecting seal. Why didn't you tell me? Don't forget that if my avatar's energy is exhausted, I am not confident that I can break this seal. At that time, not only will we not be able to obtain the treasure in this mountain, we will also provoke an extremely powerful almighty person. For the sake of our lives, I advise you to not play any tricks with me. Otherwise, I will leave immediately. Yuan Qing glanced at the avatar that had become illusory. He turned his head and roared furiously at the old flame demon ghost with bloodshot eyes. The flame demon ghost laughed coldly when he saw this. Old Yuan Qing, you are in the wrong. I originally wanted to warn you when you ordered your incarnation to attack the rock wall. However, who could have imagined that you would act so quickly? Your incarnation had already flown away before I could warn you. How can you blame me for this? If you really wish to give up on this icy fire vermilion fruit, I will not force you. You can leave. At worst, I will call my subordinates over and use their lives to exchange for this icy fire vermilion fruit. That can be considered their blessing. Ha ha ha. The old flame demon ghost knew that Yuan Qing had been stuck at his current cultivation level for many years. As a result, his tone did not soften at all. Instead, it seemed as if he did not care at all. Yuan Qing's face turned red from anger when he heard these words. His eyelids twitched wildly as his old eyes widened to the size of copper bells. However, he did not say anything in the end. There was no point in saying anything more. Moreover, he had been completely suppressed by the other party and no longer had the deterrence he had before. It looked like he could only temporarily cooperate with the other party and break through this reflecting seal first. As long as the seal was broken, then he could only resign himself to fate. If there is anything else you know, it is best that you tell me as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the both of us are on guard, how will we be able to obtain the treasures in this mountain? Therefore, I hope that you will not hide anything from me. Otherwise, I will leave immediately. At worst, I will just have to give up one ice fire vermilion fruit. Yuan Qing thought about the future in his heart as he pretended to be furious as he spoke to the flame demon ghost. How could the old flame demon ghost not tell? As a result, he agreed a few times and began to break through the seal on the mountain with Yuan Qing. Xiao Yan watched the two of them below quarrel and argue for half a day. In his heart, he had been thinking about how he could have the opportunity to investigate this mountain peak that gave him a somewhat familiar feeling. Now that the two of them had finally come to an agreement, Xiao Yan watched the two of them slowly approach the enormous mountain. At this moment, all of their attention was placed on the rock wall. Xiao Yan saw that this was a great opportunity to investigate. As a result, Xiao Yan carefully expanded his soul force, forming tiny strands that slowly approached the cliff face above the two of them. As expected, Xiao Yan discovered a thin, invisible barrier of light on the mountain after probing with his powerful soul force. It enveloped the entire mountain without any openings. However, just as Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was about to touch the thin energy curtain, Xiao Yan realized that there was an extremely wild and violent energy that contained an icy cold energy within the heat of the energy curtain. This kind of energy was the energy that Xiao Yan was most familiar with. This kind of wild and violent energy belonged to only one kind of natural spiritual object in this world, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, spiritual object. A heavenly flame. This is the power of a heavenly flame. But how can a heavenly flame have such a powerful and violent energy? Could it be that this heavenly flame has existed for 1,000 years, or even longer? Xiao Yan sensed the familiar aura that was transmitted from the energy light curtain. He thought with incomparable shock in his heart. No wonder. No wonder there is an aura that both Hua Yi and I find familiar. It is actually transmitted from this Do-Chi light curtain. From the powerful aura emitted from the barrier of light, the heavenly flame definitely possessed its own intelligence. But since that was the case, why did the heavenly flame seal itself here? Under Xiao Yan's careful observation, he realized that this barrier was clearly used to seal something. Moreover, the aura of this seal originated from the heavenly flame. It was obvious that the heavenly flame in this place had sealed him. This was because if the heavenly flame were to become angry, it would definitely not seal the target of its anger to give it an opportunity to escape. Instead, it would use the most direct and vicious method to completely blast the target into nothingness. However, under the probing of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, the aura of this restriction light curtain clearly belonged to a kind of heavenly flame. This also meant that there was a heavenly flame spirit that had taken form within this mountain. For some unknown reason, it had sealed itself in this place. It seems that the heavenly flame discovered by these two people is not simple. Perhaps it is a heavenly flame that has undergone some changes. TSK, such a powerful treasure of the world can only be sealed here. It really makes one feel that it is a waste of a treasure. From the looks of it, only the person from the Soul Clan who calls himself the Ghost Temple sect knows what is inside this mountain. Since that is the case, ha 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 ha. Xiao Yan actually let out an evil laugh when he thought of this. He was almost discovered by Yuan Qing and Hua Yi. But fortunately, nothing happened in the end. Otherwise, he would be in danger. After Xiao Yan calmed his mind, he attached a thread of soul force to the barrier. After which, he closed his eyes and quietly waited for news from the two people below. Recommendation vote. Recommendation vote. Begging for recommendation vote. I am about to kneel. Begging for recommendation vote. Chapter 12. Boom. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth revealed a smile amidst a thunder-like explosion. He slowly opened his eyes and looked down. They've finally broken through the rebounding restriction. Xiao Yan watched the scene below indifferently. A moment ago, the moment that Xiao Yan had been waiting for had finally arrived. In the previous moment, Yuan Qing's face suddenly changed as he used all his strength to break through the rebounding restriction. He forcefully turned around in the air and threw a palm strike towards a certain spot in the air. The two remaining clones to his left and right also hurried towards him. In the end, Yuan Qing's hand heavily collided with a skinny hand that had suddenly appeared in the air. After a few seconds, a violent explosion rang out beside the two of them. At that moment, the two of them were only several meters away from the cliff face. Yuan Qing and the old flame demon ghost were at the center of the explosion, so they were naturally the most injured. When the two clones exploded, a shocking storm of energy swept through the forest. The two of them were blown away by the force, and the restriction on the cliff face began to tremble. It seemed like the entire mountain would collapse with a single strike. It seemed extremely dangerous. In the next moment, Yuan Qing's body heavily collided with the barrier of light that was already on the verge of collapse. With a clear sound like glass shattering, the barrier of light that had displayed great might earlier shattered at that moment. However, even with that being the case, the rebounding force from the barrier of light when it collided with Yuan Qing's body still caused Yuan Qing's injuries to worsen. On the other hand, although the flame demon ghost who had clashed with Yuan Qing's palm earlier was also injured, his injuries were nothing compared to Yuan Qing's. Cough 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 cough. Old flame demon ghost, why, you're despicable. Yuan Qing looked at the old flame demon ghost that was slowly walking towards him. He continued to spit out blood from his mouth. However, he still cursed with scarlet eyes. At this moment, Yuan Qing no longer possessed the sage-like appearance he had before. His green clothes were in tatters, and a large hole had even appeared on the back of his green robe. The exposed skin on his back had been rubbed until it was dripping with blood. One could even vaguely see the dense white bones underneath. His face was covered in blood, and traces of blood dripped down from his lips, dyeing a large portion of his green robe red. His snow-white hair danced in all directions, and a few strands of snow-white silver hair stuck to Yuan Qing's blood-covered face, causing him to appear extremely ferocious and terrifying. He gave off a chilling feeling that originated from one's heart. Kukukuku, old man Yuan Qing, how does it feel to be hit by my demonic cloud heaven-swallowing palm? Ha 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 ha. The old flame demon ghost walked closer to Yuan Qing one step at a time. Waves of ridicule were emitted from his mouth as he looked at Yuan Qing in a daze. At this moment, over half of the black fog around the old flame demon ghost's body had disappeared, revealing a shriveled body. However, his face was filled with an expression of victory. Each step he took appeared to be stepping on Yuan Qing's heart, causing Yuan Qing to feel a kind of fear from within his heart. He did not dare to move even a little. Xiao Yan, who was in the sky, watched all of this with a calm expression. The dou qi within his body continued to circulate within his veins. His body leaned forward slightly as his eyes stared intently at the old flame demon ghost. He was prepared to attack at any moment. When one reached an expert of their level, one's perception was already extremely powerful. If one did not have sufficient confidence, no one would easily launch a sneak attack. This was because no one could be certain that the person whom one had launched a sneak attack on did not have any other tricks up his sleeves. Perhaps the other party had already discovered him the moment he attacked. In that case, even if one's sneak attack was successful, it would not be of much use. This was because the other party would not allow one to succeed since they had already discovered one. The old flame demon ghost was still slowly advancing toward Yuan Qing. He appeared to really enjoy this kind of psychological suppression of his enemy, causing him to feel fear. 30 feet. Finally, the old flame demon ghost was only a short 30 feet away from Yuan Qing. At this moment, Yuan Qing had already gradually become numb to the frightening pressure of the old flame demon ghost. He slowly raised his head and his eyes calmly looked at the old flame demon ghost who was only 30 feet away from him. That expressionless manner caused the old flame demon ghost's slowly advancing footsteps to become a little sluggish. Immediately, a fury surged into his heart. He had actually been frightened by a person who was about to die. His footsteps suddenly increased and he arrived in front of Yuan Qing within a couple of breaths. TSK 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 TSK, old fellow Yuan Qing, it is likely that you were still thinking about how to kill me after breaking the seal. Unfortunately, the old me was a little earlier than you. TSK 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 TSK. The old flame demon ghost extended his hand and a 3-foot-long ink-black sword appeared in his hand. Both of his hands held the hilt of the sword tightly as he slowly raised the sword above his head. Both of his eyes stared at Yuan Qing. His eyes were filled with a rich bloodthirst as the long sword in his hand suddenly hacked downward. Good chance. Mysterious fire finger, kill. Xiao Yan grasped the opportunity and immediately dove down. At the same time, he also used the mysterious fire finger. At this moment, the old flame demon ghost was about to kill Yuan Qing. However, just when the ink-black longsword was less than a foot away from Yuan Qing's head, the old flame demon ghost suddenly forcefully twisted his wrist and blocked above his head. Crack! The old flame demon ghost's temporary defense did not have much of an effect. After blocking for an instant, the ink-black longsword in the old flame demon ghost's hand broke with a clear breaking sound. Xiao Yan's powerful finger paused for a moment before continuing to charge toward the old flame demon ghost. The old flame demon ghost's expression was grave as he sensed the terrifying and dangerous aura that was heading toward him. He could clearly sense the extraordinariness of this attack. If the attack in front of him really struck his body, it was likely that he would be seriously injured even if he did not die. At that time, once he was seriously injured, he would have to face a choice between life and death. The old flame demon ghost had cultivated for so many years in exchange for his lifespan. How could he let it go so easily? Since he could not let it go, he could only give up on some things. From the looks of it now, it was impossible to dodge this whatever mysterious fire finger attack. He had already been locked onto by the mysterious fire finger's aura. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to try his best to avoid being hit in his vital spots. The old flame demon ghost's expression was grave as he looked at the mysterious fire finger that was swiftly approaching him. His body suddenly twisted in the air and he successfully avoided being hit in his vital spots. Yellow Spring Divine Fury. Mao! Immediately, the old flame demon ghost's dodging body paused. Only then did he react. However, it was already too late. When experts exchanged blows, victory or defeat was determined in an instant. Therefore, in the next moment. Ah! Accompanied by the sound of a body being penetrated, the old flame demon ghost's expression became distorted as he cried out in pain. His body was sent flying by the huge impact. His body stuck close to the ground, leaving behind a skid mark that was several hundred meters long. Along the way, he even broke several huge ancient trees. In the end, he violently collided with a rock wall, only stopping when his body was embedded into the hard rock wall. Xiao Yan quietly stood in the same spot. He glanced at Yuan Qing, whose face was filled with gratitude as he used medicinal pills to recuperate. After which, he looked in the direction of the old flame demon ghost with an expression of anticipation. Although the old flame demon ghost had indeed been struck by Xiao Yan's mysterious fire finger and had even broken several dozen ancient trees along the way, his physical body was already incomparably tough after reaching his level of strength. These injuries were merely superficial wounds to him. As long as he was allowed to recover for a period of time, he would naturally make a complete recovery. Boom! Stone fragments shot in all directions, bringing with them a gray fog. A breeze blew past and the gray fog scattered, revealing a slightly weak human figure. With the old flame demon ghost's physical cultivation, there should have been no need for this. However, he had been injured by Yuan Qing's two avatars before and had to endure Xiao Yan's mysterious fire finger. As a result, he appeared a little weak. At this moment, the old flame demon ghost's black robe was completely shattered. Over half of the black-colored fog surrounding his body had also scattered, revealing the actual body of the old flame demon ghost that was originally hidden within it. His actual body appeared as skinny as firewood. His skin was shriveled. On his right shoulder, there was a thumb-sized charred black hole that had clearly been burned by fire. There was even a faint smell of charred meat being emitted from it. The old flame demon ghost was surprised as he glanced at the wound on his right shoulder. The injury that he had imagined did not arrive as expected. Seeing that he had not suffered much of an injury, the old flame demon ghost immediately relaxed. He thought that this person's attack was only so and was merely putting on an empty show of strength. His face was filled with ridicule as he looked at Xiao Yan in the distance, who had been observing him. Only when he saw the cold smile on Xiao Yan's face did he suddenly sense that something was not quite right. Bang! In the next instant, an intense explosion was suddenly emitted from the old flame demon ghost's body. Immediately, he shot backwards as if he had suffered a heavy blow, vomiting blood. With a bang, he once again fell into a pile of rocks, unable to move. Requesting recommendation. Requesting recommendation. 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 Chapter 13. At this moment, Yuan Qing, who had heard the commotion, also woke up from his recovery state. After which, he looked at Xiao Yan standing by the side and stood up with a face full of gratitude. He cupped his hands together and bowed respectfully to Xiao Yan. He said, "Thank you for saving my life. Yuan Qing is extremely grateful to you." Yuan Qing was naturally able to guess that Xiao Yan was definitely hiding nearby earlier. However, it was Xiao Yan who had saved him. Yuan Qing naturally could not say anything. Hence, he opened his mouth and asked, "May I know your name?" Yuan Qing had yet to finish speaking when he suddenly felt that such a direct question was not too appropriate. Hence, he quickly followed up with a somewhat flattering tone, the old me believes that I know quite a number of members of large clans on this continent. However, seeing that you have reached such a level at such a young age, I am really a little curious as to which faction you belong to. Hence, I hope that you will forgive me for being presumptuous. Xiao Yan smiled and replied to Yuan Qing's thanks. When he heard Yuan Qing's question, he smiled and said, "Cuckoo, old brother's words are a little funny. Honestly speaking, I am Xiao Yan. I have just arrived at this place when I saw that there was a dou qi fluctuation in this place. Hence, I came here out of curiosity. Earlier, I saw that this fellow who was neither human nor ghost wanted to kill old brother. Hence, I attacked and forced him back. This was merely something I did in passing. It is nothing." These words were nothing in Yuan Qing's ears. After all, the two of them had just met. It was already not bad that Xiao Yan did not take advantage of the other. Hence, the two of them merely exchanged a few flattering words with each other. However, when Xiao Yan told Yuan Qing his name, it was also heard by the old flame demon ghost who had just come out from the rock pile. Immediately, the eyes of the old flame demon ghost widened. His face was shocked as he looked at Xiao Yan. He repeatedly panted from his mouth and nose. His scarlet eyes revealed a greed and bloodthirstiness. The old flame demon ghost stared at Xiao Yan with wide, scarlet eyes, fearing that Xiao Yan would run away. With a bloodthirsty voice, it called out loudly, "Xiao Yan? You said you were Xiao Yan, right? Jia 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 jia. You're finally here. You really made me wait for a long time. Keek keek. Waiting for me? I don't think I have anything to do with you." Xiao Yan frowned after hearing these words. For some unknown reason, he felt as though he had stepped into a huge trap the moment he uttered those words. A faint feeling of danger surged from deep within his heart. Moreover, for some unknown reason, his heart actually recalled Hun Tiandi, whose soul had already been destroyed. This caused Xiao Yan to feel quite strange. It was as though the path in front of him had already been planned by someone. This caused Xiao Yan's gaze to automatically become even colder as he looked at the old flame demon ghost. "Tsk tsk tsk, Xiao Yan, go and die." The old flame demon ghost's body moved. He instantly flashed to Xiao Yan's left side. His hands suddenly struck towards Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan also threw a punch with his right hand and met the old flame demon ghost's attack head-on. Bang! Xiao Yan and the old flame demon ghost's fist collided. Waves of churning air waves spread from their palms. Traces of spatial crack lines also appeared in the empty space. The ground under their feet also cracked an inch at a time. A spider web-like crack line that was a couple of feet in size spread. Even the tall mountain by the side shook a little. Xiao Yan and the old flame demon ghost's fists separated upon contact. Xiao Yan continued to stand in the same spot. The ground under his feet had already turned into a thick layer of dust. His feet would sink deeply into the ground when he stepped on it. Hence, Xiao Yan could only stand in the empty space. The old flame demon ghost, who had collided with Xiao Yan, was forced back several hundred steps before forcefully coming to a stop. His face was grave as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was standing in the empty space. He had been suppressed from the beginning to the end in the previous attack. It did seem that he had indeed attacked first and had taken the initiative. However, only when he felt the strength of Xiao Yan's fist did he understand what it meant to take the initiative. Under Xiao Yan's absolute strength, even if he and Yuan Qing joined hands, they might not be able to deal with him. The old flame demon ghost thought for a while. Finally, he appeared to have made a great decision as his mouth emitted an explosive roar, mysterious underworld soul-devouring palm. The shriveled body of the old flame demon ghost suddenly moved. His body flashed and appeared high in the sky. Both of his hands swiftly formed some seals with lightning-like speed. Following waves of energy ripples that were emitted, one could see the black-colored fog around the old flame demon ghost's body, which had already mostly disappeared from the fight, once again rose. It spread around the old flame demon ghost's body, forming a layer of thick protective barrier that completely protected the old flame demon ghost within it. However, this was not the end. The seals in the old flame demon ghost's hands continued to change. However, the speed of the changes between his fingers this time around was much faster compared to before. However, the old flame demon ghost had used some unknown method to instantly raise his speed. One could tell just how high the price was just by looking at his repeatedly trembling body. When Xiao Yan sensed the do-qi ripple that was faintly being emitted from the seals, his entire expression instantly became solemn. Clearly, this was an extremely powerful do skill. Unfortunately, although the distance between Xiao Yan and the old flame demon ghost was not considered far, with the speed of the old flame demon ghost, it was likely that the other party would have already prepared a feast and was waiting for him by the time he charged over. The old flame demon ghost looked at the do skill that was about to succeed. The corner of his mouth carried a cruel and bloodthirsty smile. The next moment, his body suddenly charged explosively towards Xiao Yan and Yuan Qing. Xiao Yan watched the old flame demon ghost approaching. The solemn expression on his face suddenly disappeared. Replacing it was actually a worry. Xiao Yan turned his head and glanced at the ashen-faced Yuan Qing by the side. His body moved and the two of them disappeared from the spot. They appeared 100 feet away and set up a do-qi barrier in front of them. Yuan Qing sized up Xiao Yan, who was wearing snow-white clothes, somewhat strangely. His heart was filled with questions. Was there any difference between where he was and where he was earlier? The next moment. Bang! The old flame demon ghost, who was less than 10 feet away from Xiao Yan, paused in the air. The repeatedly changing seals in his hands suddenly became chaotic. In an instant, an extremely wild and violent energy storm that contained some spiritual strength suddenly struck the do-qi light barrier that Xiao Yan had set up. The light barrier trembled repeatedly and emitted waves of buzzing sounds. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to remove the do-qi light barrier to check the situation outside, an accident suddenly occurred. A heart-piercing pain that caused Xiao Yan to have a splitting headache was emitted from deep within his spiritual essence. The Hua-yi that Xiao Yan had originally kept into his body had also appeared from within Xiao Yan's body at this moment. The two of them hugged their heads and cried out. However, Xiao Yan was at the very least an expert whose spiritual strength had entered the D state. He was also an alchemist. This little bit of pain was quickly eliminated by Xiao Yan using his powerful spiritual strength after he reacted. Xiao Yan looked at the Hua-yi and Yuan Qing who were repeatedly crying out in pain on the ground. He frowned and suddenly waved his sleeve. A majestic spiritual strength struck the two of them. The two of them finally gradually recovered. Before Yuan Qing had completely recovered, Xiao Yan had once again kept the Hua-yi into his body. After all, the Hua-yi was a spirit that was born from nature. If others were to find out about it, it would unavoidably lead to trouble. However, when Yuan Qing recovered, Xiao Yan was greatly shocked. At this moment, Yuan Qing, who had awakened, had an illusory feeling all over his body. If it were not for Xiao Yan's powerful spiritual strength, he would have mistaken him for Yuan Qing's incarnation. Xiao Yan's face was stunned as he looked at Yuan Qing, who appeared to have his soul out of his body. He naturally knew that this was definitely not an out-of-body experience. This was because there was no such thing as an out-of-body experience for a cultivator. If one insisted that it existed, it could only be the spiritual strength that a cultivator emitted to understand the situation around them. The current situation of Yuan Qing was either like the incarnation of half of the 9 transformation body skill, or a situation where the soul of some powerful cultivators had an out-of-body experience when their physical body was dead but their soul essence was still intact. Xiao Yan stared at Yuan Qing. Just when he wanted to ask something, he saw Yuan Qing take out a jade bottle from his spatial ring in a hurry. With a single movement, he vanished into the jade bottle. Xiao Yan stared blankly at everything from beginning to end. Only when Yuan Qing vanished from sight and only left behind a jade bottle did he blink a few times. The jade bottle actually flew towards Xiao Yan of its own accord, landing in his hand in the end. Afterwards, a weak voice rang out from the bottle. Yuan Qing said, "Xiao Yan, I hope you can temporarily store my spiritual strength in your spatial ring for safekeeping." "Thank you." Before Xiao Yan could reply, the voice vanished once again. Yuan Qing's spiritual strength had temporarily fallen into a deep slumber. Xiao Yan. He opened his eyes and stared for a long time. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only helplessly sigh. He put the jade bottle into his bosom and ignored it. Immediately, he turned his head to look at the black figure lying in the ruins. Bang! The old flame demon ghost's body once again appeared amidst the sound of rocks shattering. He had just appeared when he spat out a couple of mouthfuls of fresh blood. His entire body appeared to be on the verge of collapse, as though he could die at any moment. The old flame demon ghost's scarlet eyes were filled with a vicious expression as he stared at the black flame human figure lying on the ground without moving 30 feet away from Xiao Yan. This person was He Yan, who had arrived earlier than Xiao Yan. It was this fellow's sudden appearance earlier that caused the old flame demon ghost to fail in using the Do technique, causing it to suffer a backlash from the Do technique and be seriously injured. Currently, Xiao Yan was fine, but the old flame demon ghost was seriously injured and could no longer fight. It was basically impossible for him to capture Xiao Yan alive and bring him back to exchange for a reward. Therefore, he could only send the news of Xiao Yan's arrival to the Ghost Slaughter sect and see if he could exchange it for something useful. Thinking in this manner in his heart, the old flame demon ghost took advantage of the time when Xiao Yan was checking on He Yan's injuries to quickly flee from this place with a heart filled with vicious hatred. Requesting a recommendation ticket. Requesting a recommendation ticket. Recommendation ticket. Recommendation ticket. Requesting a recommendation ticket. Emphasizing, requesting a recommendation ticket. Requesting a recommendation ticket. Chapter 14. Xiao Yan looked at He Yan, who was floating in the air in front of him. He involuntarily sighed quietly in his heart. This fellow had actually received an all-out attack from an elite Do D in order to become an D. Moreover, he had succeeded. Although it was mainly because the mysterious underworld soul-devouring palm had failed to be unleashed in the end, this was already sufficient to cause one to feel shocked. He Yan had actually used the strength of a 9-star Do Sheng to block a Do D. Moreover, he had succeeded even though he ended up being seriously injured. This did indeed cause one to feel disbelief. However, the truth was also undeniable. From this, one could tell that Xiao Yan was not unprepared when he brought Yuan Qing to a spot 100 feet away from his original position. He had done so on purpose to attract the attention of the old flame demon ghost. Moreover, this was the safest empty spot that Xiao Yan could choose a moment ago. On one hand, it was for his own safety. On the other hand, it was to attract the old flame demon ghost over and create a good opportunity for He Yan. When Xiao Yan had just moved, the old flame demon ghost had indeed hurriedly chased after him with the intention of killing Xiao Yan. He Yan was able to take advantage of this situation where the old flame demon ghost's mind was unstable. His body merged into empty space and in the blink of an eye, he had completely sealed the space around the old flame demon ghost. After which, he removed the knot in the old flame demon ghost's heart with great difficulty. Fortunately, the old flame demon ghost's soul-stirring attack had ultimately failed because of He Yan. Therefore, it would not be an exaggeration to use the word, heaven-defying, to describe him. Actually, all of this was something that Xiao Yan and He Yan had agreed on beforehand. Although time was tight back then, how could a conversation between experts take so long? This fellow had very directly told Xiao Yan that he would help him block this attack. This was because He Yan had already seen that even someone as strong as Xiao Yan instantly revealed an incomparably grave expression when he saw the old flame demon ghost's attack. Of course, He Yan would definitely not make a losing deal. The price he had to pay for helping Xiao Yan block this attack was for Xiao Yan to help him successfully break through the shackles between the Do Sheng and Do Di to become an elite Do Di. Of course, if Xiao Yan was unwilling, it was naturally possible for He Yan to forcefully receive the full strength of that attack. However, the consequence of doing so was that Xiao Yan would definitely reveal all of his trump cards. In the end, he might not even be able to completely block that attack. Moreover, at this moment, Xiao Yan was still carrying the jade bottle that contained Yuan Qing's spiritual essence. Without the isolation of the storage ring, who knew if Yuan Qing had already awoken and was quietly waiting for him to finish off the old flame demon ghost. After which, He Yan would give him a heavy final blow and reap the benefits. If that happened, Xiao Yan would really be in for a tragedy. He would become the first elite Do Di in the history of the Doqi continent to be killed by a seriously injured spiritual body. At that time, Xiao Yan's name would really go down in history. This fellow He Yan. An ordinary person would be so frightened that they would flee in all directions when they saw an elite Do Di attack. However, this fellow just had to go and block an elite Do Di's attack. Moreover, it was an all-out attack from an elite Do Di. Moreover, He Yan was actually still alive under such circumstances. This caused Xiao Yan to feel helpless for a long time. However, he could only let out a sorrowful sigh. Why was it that he did not have such good luck? Even if his actual body was the nihility-devouring flame that could swallow everything in the world, even if he was the darling of the heavens and received the protection of the heavens, this was still a little too exaggerated. That was at the very least an all-out attack from an elite Do Di. Yet, it was actually forcefully broken by him in this manner. Even Xiao Yan could not help but feel admiration for He Yan's courage at this moment. He even felt a little jealous. After Xiao Yan consumed a medicinal pill to treat He Yan's injuries, he kept He Yan in his body like a fire charm. After all, He Yan's injuries were really too serious. It would be extremely difficult for him to recover without a period of time. Moreover, the main injury to He Yan this time around was his spiritual essence. Fortunately, He Yan's spiritual strength had already advanced to the D state. Moreover, some of the injuries on his body had already been healed by Xiao Yan. Hence, all he could do now was to quietly wait for He Yan to recover. Xiao Yan meditated for a moment to recover. After which, he took out a palm-sized jade bottle from his sleeve. He placed it on the ground in front of him and observed it for a moment. A thought passed through his mind and an extremely powerful spiritual strength surged out from between Xiao Yan's brows. The spiritual strength agglomerated into a huge fist in the air above Xiao Yan's head. It vaguely emitted a majestic aura fluctuation that shook the surrounding space until it was repeatedly distorted. Following an ear-piercing sonic boom, the enormous spiritual fist that was agglomerated from Xiao Yan's spiritual strength instantly shot toward the jade bottle containing Yuan Qing's spiritual essence. It left behind a large vacuum in the air as it carried an incomparably hot wind as it smashed toward the jade bottle where Yuan Qing was located. If the punch landed, Yuan Qing, who was in a deep slumber, would definitely be destroyed along with the jade bottle. Not even a trace of his aura would remain. Bang! Amidst a soft muffled sound that sounded like a balloon bursting, the huge spiritual fist that was only an inch away from the jade bottle suddenly burst apart with a bang. A circle of invisible ripples spread out, causing the jade bottle that was standing on the ground to continuously sway left and right. Finally, it emitted a muffled sound and fell to the ground. Xiao Yan sat there and slowly shut his eyes. He did not even look at the jade bottle that contained Yuan Qing's spiritual essence. Instead, he circulated the flame mantra chi method within his body and began to train with an expressionless face. While Xiao Yan was quietly training in the outside world, Yuan Qing's spiritual essence, which had shrunk by an unknown number of times, was within the jade bottle at this moment. His entire body was trembling intensely. Earlier, Yuan Qing had looked at Xiao Yan's tall and mighty figure through the jade bottle. In the end, his eyes met Xiao Yan's as if he wanted to see through Xiao Yan's eyes. However, in the next moment, Xiao Yan's empty eyes suddenly changed. A sharp streak of light shot out from Xiao Yan's eyes, severing Yuan Qing's probing gaze. At that moment, Yuan Qing clearly sensed a powerful aura from Xiao Yan's body that was similar to that of an ancient dragon. The pressure was so great that Yuan Qing felt like he was about to suffocate. Only then did it suddenly disperse. Yuan Qing's face was filled with shock. His face, which had been no different from a regular person's, was now pale white. If it wasn't for the fact that his body was trembling violently, indicating that he was a living person, anyone who saw him would have thought that he was a dead person at first glance. The eyes of the old flame demon ghost revealed a rich horror. His entire body revealed a tired feeling because of that attack from Xiao Yan earlier. Naturally, he understood that Xiao Yan's attack earlier was only a probe. It would not actually kill him. However, from the pulses of energy that Yuan Qing had sensed from the attack earlier, it was impossible for him to survive even if he used his full strength. As a result, Yuan Qing understood even more clearly that the threat was probably heavier than a probe. Yuan Qing once again looked through the jade bottle at Xiao Yan, who was training cross-legged in the outside world. The thoughts in his heart swiftly changed. From Xiao Yan's words earlier, he could guess that Xiao Yan should be a member of the younger generation who had just come out from some hidden large faction to train. He possessed such extraordinary strength at such a young age, coupled with Xiao Yan's vicious and tough methods, his determination, and the mysterious organization behind him. With all these factors added together, Xiao Yan would definitely become an exceptional expert whose name would shake the entire continent in the future as long as nothing unexpected happened. Even if he did not reach that level, he would definitely be an extremely powerful expert whose name would shake the entire continent. If Yuan Qing could establish a good relationship with such a person, it would be extremely beneficial to the increase of his strength in the future. However, from the looks of things, it seemed like Xiao Yan had already seen through his little scheme earlier. It was already good enough that Xiao Yan did not kill him. How could Yuan Qing think about how to deal with Xiao Yan? Moreover, Xiao Yan had saved his life earlier. As a result, Yuan Qing finally carefully emerged from the palm-sized jade bottle after thinking for a long while. Yuan Qing's body, which had originally solidified in the jade bottle, became illusory once again after appearing. However, he did not care about this at all. Instead, he stood to the side and watched Xiao Yan, who was still training. Following Xiao Yan's repeated training, the Douqi space, which appeared somewhat empty due to his recent advancement, once again became slightly filled. Pure Douqi was repeatedly condensed and compressed within his body. After which, it was purified and refined by the heavenly flame, before finally returning to the Douqi space in the middle of the vortex. Xiao Yan finally opened his clear eyes at this moment. A hot flame glow was emitted from his eyes before it immediately fled into empty space and disappeared. Yuan Qing's face was filled with an earnest smile as he looked at Xiao Yan, who had stood up. His illusionary figure stepped forward and cupped his hands together. He bowed to Xiao Yan and said, "Thank you, friend Xiao Yan, for saving my life today. The old me was disrespectful earlier and offended you. I hope that friend Xiao Yan will not take it to heart." Before Xiao Yan could react, Yuan Qing continued, "I also have a dou skill that can be considered quite good. It is the dou skill that I am famous for. Moreover, from the effects of this dou skill, I can say without hesitation that there may not be more than a few dou skills on the entire continent that have similar effects. Therefore, I hope that friend Xiao Yan will not be angry on account of this item. If friend Xiao Yan is dissatisfied with this dou skill, I will first swear here today that I will definitely find a dou skill that will satisfy you. I wonder if friend Xiao Yan is satisfied with my apology." A prideful expression suddenly appeared on Yuan Qing's face when he mentioned the 9 transformation body formula. However, a careful and respectful attitude once again surfaced on his face when he looked at Xiao Yan. He moved forward with both hands and handed the 9 transformation body formula that he had already prepared to Xiao Yan. It was as if he was afraid that he would anger Xiao Yan and cause him to kill him. However, Xiao Yan could also feel a trace of flattery from Yuan Qing's respectful attitude. Xiao Yan nodded in his heart when he saw this. Yuan Qing was able to pick up and let go. Right was right and wrong was wrong. He was also able to take the initiative to apologize for his previous actions. It seemed that he was worthy of forgiveness. Moreover, this person definitely had a faction behind him that might be able to help him. Therefore, Xiao Yan had already forgiven him in his heart. However, Xiao Yan was slightly stunned when he heard Yuan Qing's words. This old man, don't tell me that he really thinks that I am a member of the younger generation that came out to train from some large faction. After Yuan Qing finished speaking, Xiao Yan's expression remained indifferent. However, he was cursing in his heart. He did not even extend his hand to take the 9 transformation body formula that Yuan Qing handed over. He simply stared at Yuan Qing until his face trembled. When Xiao Yan finally reacted, he forcefully resisted the urge to laugh. He expressionlessly extended his hand and swiftly placed the 9 transformation body formula that he had been looking forward to together with the items in the space that Xiao Yan had opened up. Author's note, please recommend me. This editor's brain needs to be filled with recommendation tickets to replenish its inspiration. Chapter 15. By the time Xiao Yan reacted, he forcefully resisted the urge to laugh. His face was expressionless as he extended his hand and swiftly placed the 9 transformation body skill that he had been looking forward to with the things in the space that Xiao Yan had created. The corner of Yuan Qing's mouth twitched wildly. This fellow, there were countless people who wanted to obtain this qi method of his. Many people had taken out qi methods and do skills that caused him to be extremely tempted to exchange for it. However, they had all returned empty-handed in the end. Some people had even ambushed Yuan Qing and wanted to forcefully snatch it away. However, the end result was that they had died in his hands. Some of those who had managed to escape were later chased and killed by the faction behind Yuan Qing. This was why Yuan Qing possessed such a nature-defying do skill, but no one dared to snatch it from him. Now, however, Yuan Qing had forcefully endured the unwillingness in his heart and gave the do technique that he was most proud of to Xiao Yan for the sake of his future strength and for the sake of forming a good relationship with a strong person. However, from the looks of Xiao Yan's attitude, it was clear that he looked down on the do technique that Yuan Qing was most proud of. Yuan Qing sighed softly in his heart. The members of a large faction were indeed different. The thing that made him famous was merely so in the eyes of others. The gaze that Yuan Qing used to look at Xiao Yan also dimmed slightly. His originally illusionary body had become even more illusory. It seemed that he was not fated to be with Xiao Yan. Cuckoo, how can a genius with an unlimited future be someone that a weak old man like me can casually associate with? Yuan Qing's heart became increasingly dispirited the more he thought about it. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, suddenly looked at Yuan Qing with a strange expression at this moment. More accurately speaking, it should be Yuan Qing's body that had become increasingly illusory. Adding Yuan Qing's dispirited expression, Xiao Yan appeared even more puzzled. Xiao Yan frowned and glanced at Yuan Qing a couple of times. After which, he could not help but curiously ask. His finger pointed at Yuan Qing's body as he asked Yuan Qing with a serious expression. Old brother Yuan Qing, may I know what is going on with you? Why is your soul origin constantly crumbling? Xiao Yan's words woke Yuan Qing up from his stupor. Just a moment ago, Yuan Qing was still sighing to himself, but in the next moment, he was awakened by Xiao Yan's words. Yuan Qing quickly picked up the jade bottle on the ground and withdrew his soul force. Yuan Qing turned into a flash of light and disappeared into the jade bottle. Soon after, Yuan Qing's voice suddenly appeared in Xiao Yan's mind. Yuan Qing's voice was somewhat apologetic as he said, Fellow Xiao Yan, I am currently unable to reveal myself and chat with you because of the de-essence in this world. If I have neglected you in any way, I hope that fellow Xiao Yan will not mind. Once the old me recovers my physical body, I will definitely reward you greatly. However, for now, the old me can only apologize to you. Xiao Yan frowned when he heard that. What did the crumbling of the soul origin have to do with the emperor's essence? Yuan Qing appeared to have seen Xiao Yan's tightly knit eyebrows. Hence, Yuan Qing's old voice once again sounded in Xiao Yan's mind. Yuan Qing laughed as he explained to Xiao Yan, Cuckoo, it seems that fellow Xiao Yan has only focused on raising his strength in the past. He seldom goes to the book collection room to read some books and scrolls regarding the continent. Cuckoo, allow the old me to help fellow Xiao Yan clear up his doubts. The words in Yuan Qing's mouth suddenly paused when he spoke until this point. The eyes of the shrunken version of Yuan Qing within the jade bottle also dimmed slightly. He sighed and raised his head to look at Xiao Yan in the outside world. His eyes actually made contact with Xiao Yan's doubtful eyes. Yuan Qing looked at Xiao Yan without any light in his eyes as he mumbled to himself in a low voice, "If I was strong enough, why would I be so afraid of my soul origin leaving my body? If I was strong enough, why would I still be unable to cultivate the 9-body transformation mantra to the peak after so many years? The foundation of everything is still strength." Yuan Qing let out a sorrowful sigh. After which, he said to Xiao Yan, "I'm sorry friend Xiao Yan, but the reason why my spirit essence will scatter is related to my strength. On the continent, if anyone who has yet to reach the origin transformation stage is unable to find a new physical body after their physical body dies and their spirit essence leaves their body, their spirit essence will gradually merge with the Genesis Chi of the world and disappear from this world. Unless an origin transformation expert is able to gather the Genesis Chi of the world for their own use and maintain the consumption of their spirit essence, they will disappear from this world regardless of what methods they have or how powerful an expert is protecting them. This is because this is the rule of this world. This was the law of the world. No one could violate this law, no one could surpass this boundary, and no one could change the great Tao of the world. This was because every single person born on the continent had already adapted to the continent before they were born, following the law of the world. This was the law of the continent. Everyone below the origin transformation stage was an ant. For those below the origin transformation stage, their bodies had yet to truly fuse with the Genesis Chi of the universe, so they would more or less reject the Genesis Chi. When the Genesis Chi came into contact with the soul origin was the part of the body that came into contact with the Genesis Chi the most. Hence, it was the easiest for the soul origin to fuse with the Genesis Chi and dissipate. Once the soul origin came into contact with the Genesis Chi, it would fuse with the Genesis Chi. In the end, the soul origin would be carried away by the Genesis Chi of the universe and scattered across the world, unable to be gathered back together. If one wanted to preserve the soul origin, there was only one method. On the continent, there was a type of stone known as the spirit injection stone. This type of spirit injection stone was extremely useful for cultivators below the origin transformation stage. It was the only type of stone that could help cultivators below the origin transformation stage stabilize their soul origin and prevent it from dissipating. The spirit injection stone, as its name implied, was a type of stone that contained pure energy of the world. Moreover, it could resist the Genesis Chi of the universe and aid in one's cultivation. This type of spirit injection stone contained extremely pure and dense innate spirit Chi. However, because this innate spirit injection stone was a spirit injection stone, it could only contain innate spirit Chi of the universe. Thus, Genesis Chi of the universe could not be mixed into it. This was unless the spirit injection stone was damaged, causing the innate spirit Chi within to dissipate, causing the spirit Chi of the universe to scatter in all directions. In the end, it would become a useless stone. However, if the innate spirit injection stone was properly used before the innate spirit injection stone completely dissipated, some of it could be recovered. As a result, the spirit injection stone was very popular on the market. After all, this was a world where the strong were respected. There were quite a few people below the origin transformation stage. Who knew how many people faced the danger of their soul origin dissipating every day? As a result, whenever a spirit injection stone appeared on the market, it would attract countless experts below the origin transformation stage who would frantically purchase it. This was not because spirit infusion stones were rare, but because most of the spirit infusion stones had already been purchased by those big forces. Only a small amount could appear on the market. Therefore, as long as spirit infusion stones appeared, they would usually be auctioned in some grand auction. The reason why Yuan Qing's soul origin had not dissipated after so long was because of his strength. However, if Yuan Qing's soul origin remained outside for too long, it would affect his soul origin and cause his cultivation to stagnate. Of course, a part of this was due to the jade bottle on the ground. The palm-sized bottle was made from spirit injection stones, which was why Yuan Qing had entered the bottle the moment Xiao Yan had warned him. I see. No wonder you were in such a hurry to enter the jade bottle. But why don't you refine a body for yourself? Xiao Yan nodded as though he had come to a sudden understanding. After which, he continued to ask. The moment these words left his mouth, Yuan Qing's entire body appeared to have cramped in an instant. Yuan Qing forced himself to calm down. Only then did he ask with some anticipation, according to what fellow Xiao Yan has said, fellow Xiao Yan knows how to refine a body. Xiao Yan was speechless. His eyelids twitched slightly. Only then did he look at Yuan Qing strangely. Brother Yuan Qing, don't tell me you don't even have such a low-level method? A strange expression appeared on Xiao Yan's face when he heard that. However, he immediately realized that his tone was off, so he smiled sheepishly. Yuan Qing's mouth twitched when he heard that. Is Xiao Yan really out to gain experience? He's clearly out to deal a blow to me. Yuan Qing quietly sighed in his heart before explaining to Xiao Yan. Refining a body is a matter of life and death. Anyone who knows how to refine a body has already been taken away by the upper echelons of large organizations. Apart from a few powerful seniors who don't want to be controlled by others, there are only a few people who only know a little about refining a body. Moreover, not everyone has the secret technique of refining a body. Most of them are in large organizations or ancient clans. Outsiders have no chance of obtaining it. Yuan Qing's face was filled with envy as he spoke. However, Xiao Yan was speechless for a long while. This method of refining one's physical body was a low-level secret technique that anyone with a little strength would know in the Doqi continent. However, he couldn't even find a single one here. TSK, looks like I've come to a barren land. Xiao Yan was still lamenting when Yuan Qing continued to speak. This isn't because the secret technique of refining a body is rare. Instead, it's because our strength is still too weak. Given our level of strength, we are only at the bottom in the eyes of others. They don't even bother to help us refine a body. Since some of them aren't as strong as us, but they know how to refine a body, just this point alone is enough for them to look down on many people of the same level as them. Xiao Yan originally thought that the strength of these people was merely a so-so. However, when Xiao Yan heard that people like them were merely ants, his heart was slightly startled. The strength of a Do Di was merely a so-so. A Do Di was merely an existence at the bottom. Yet, even a Do Di was merely an existence at the bottom. Just how frightening would the peak existences on this continent be? Xiao Yan felt a wave of perspiration just thinking about it in his heart. It was unexpected that this foreign world continent was actually so strong. Xiao Yan recalled the words that the old flame demon ghost had said to him. He had waited for him here for 10 years. Moreover, he had been waiting for him. However, this was also the first time that Xiao Yan had come to this place. How could he know anyone? Even if it was Hun Tiandi, he had already died. How could those people find him? It seems that he would have to return to the days of training alone in the past. However, it is just as well. Xiao Yan considered everything that had happened today in his heart. After which, he nodded violently. His eyes were filled with determination. Xiao Yan used the various materials that he originally had to refine a physical body for Yuan Qing during this period of time. Yuan Qing also knew that Xiao Yan wanted to do something else. Hence, he quickly left after getting used to this new physical body. He left the remaining time for Xiao Yan alone. Requesting for recommendation votes. This editor's brain is about to crash. This editor needs recommendation votes. Please. In order for this editor's progress to be 1,000 miles a day, please. Recommendation votes. Friends, it's just a matter of moving your fingers. Please, requesting for recommendation votes. Chapter 16. Xiao Yan waited for Yuan Qing to leave before his gaze landed on the shattered mountain. Xiao Yan's gaze was fiery and his blood was boiling. After confirming that there was no one else around, he flew towards a huge crack in the mountain. After Xiao Yan entered, there was a spacious cave. Dozens of people were standing side by side in a horizontal row. As soon as Xiao Yan entered, an invisible heat wave rushed towards him. Xiao Yan ignored it and was pleasantly surprised. With a wave of his hand, a fiery light screen appeared around him and enveloped Xiao Yan. The heat wave surged and bombarded the fiery light screen. With a bang, ripples burst out like water and then dissipated into thin air. Xiao Yan frowned. He didn't expect the heat wave to not only have the ability to reflect attacks like the barrier outside, but it could also counterattack on its own. Fortunately, the power of these attacks wasn't great. At least for now, it wasn't enough to break through Xiao Yan's fighting chi barrier. Xiao Yan walked forward within the cave. However, Xiao Yan discovered that the further he walked, the stronger the heat wave that whizzed out of the cave became. It directly bombarded the Do-Chi light barrier that Xiao Yan had placed, causing it to repeatedly tremble. However, Xiao Yan completely ignored all of this. All he did was continue to walk forward. However, from Xiao Yan's tightly furrowed brows, it could be seen that Xiao Yan's heart wasn't as calm as he appeared on the surface. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was filled with shock. This was because whenever the heat wave bombarded his fiery light screen, Xiao Yan could discover that whenever the heat wave exploded, there would be a wisp of flame that Xiao Yan couldn't detect fusing into the fiery light screen that he had set up. At first, Xiao Yan thought that it was a wisp of the heavenly flame's origin and that it was a great opportunity. Xiao Yan didn't reject it and absorbed it all into his heavenly flame. However, after Xiao Yan absorbed a small portion, Xiao Yan was shocked to discover that the heavenly flame's origin wasn't something that he had obtained by chance. Instead, the heavenly flame's spirit wanted to use this to seize the heavenly flame in Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan also wanted to isolate himself from all of this. However, Xiao Yan was even more surprised to discover that he was unable to separate the heavenly flame from his body. Instead, the bone-chilling flame within his body was being repeatedly swallowed. In just a moment, more than half of the bone-freezing fire had been devoured and it was impossible to return. This was because the cave passage behind Xiao Yan was already filled with raging flames. If he wanted to return, he had to break through this sea of fire. However, with Xiao Yan's strength, Xiao Yan didn't have the slightest confidence that he could get out. Hence, he could only continue moving forward. Xiao Yan's expression was grave. At this moment, Xiao Yan had finally reached the end of the heat wave. However, at the end of the heat wave, Xiao Yan didn't discover any useful information. There wasn't even the shadow of the heavenly flame. Xiao Yan stood at the end of the tunnel. In front of Xiao Yan was a bottomless abyss. The abyss gave Xiao Yan a feeling of death just by looking at it. It was obvious that it was a no-fly zone. Even if it was Xiao Yan, it was impossible for him to stay in the void for even a minute or a second. Only the stone platform that was suspended in the void, which meandered upwards, gave people a feeling that they had come back from the jaws of death. Xiao Yan looked at the top of the stone platform. At the highest point of the stone platform, there was a platform. There was a faintly discernible flame. The flame was very dim, but it illuminated the entire cave. Around the stone platform, there were 6 icicles. The icicles were connected and emitted raging flames. Xiao Yan couldn't see the contents of the icicles under the cover of the flames. However, he was sure that the 6 icicles weren't ordinary objects. There were flame seals engraved on the stone platforms that were about 10 feet wide. Waves of extremely hot aura surged from them, causing Xiao Yan's scalp to tingle. However, when Xiao Yan saw the figure on the opposite stone wall, he was slightly stunned. It was a huge stone sculpture. The entire stone sculpture was silver white and emitted a sparkling light. The content of the stone sculpture was an old man. His face was no different from an ordinary old man, but he stood there proudly. Although his eyes were also carved from stone, he still gave people a feeling that he was looking down on the world. His clothes were not decorated with any colors. His hands that were carved from stone formed a strange hand seal. It was filled with an incomparably mysterious feeling, causing Xiao Yan's eyebrows to involuntarily furrow. There was only one part of the stone sculpture that had color. That was his hair. A head of silver white and bright ice blue hair that was like jade. Although it was cast from stone, the silver white hair could be seen. Xiao Yan stood on the spot in a daze. His eyes were wide open and his face was filled with disbelief as he looked at the stone sculpture. Only after a long while did he spit out 2 words in shock. Tu Shi, ancient emperor. At the same time, in an ice blue hall, an old man wearing a white long robe and ice blue hair suddenly opened his eyes that were originally tightly shut. Looking at the old man's appearance, he was actually exactly the same as the stone sculpture. The old man narrowed his eyes as he looked at the dome of the hall. That direction was where Xiao Yan was at. There was some joy in the old man's eyes, but there was also a faint reluctance. The corner of his mouth slightly lifted into a smile as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. Immediately after, the old man's heroic voice resounded within the hall. "Ha, it's been more than 10 years. You've finally come. Ha, old fellows, let's see which one of you can compare to this old man this time. Ha." The old man took a few more glances at the direction where Xiao Yan was at, then closed his turbid eyes once again. He concentrated on his cultivation and quietly waited for Xiao Yan's arrival. The hall instantly calmed down along with the old man's silence. Only the sound of the old man's breathing could be heard in every corner of the hall. Xiao Yan frowned as he looked at the huge stone sculpture opposite him, especially the face of the old man and his head full of ice blue silver hair. A surprised expression surfaced on Xiao Yan's delicate and pretty face. He did not expect that the Tu Shi ancient emperor had actually come here before. Perhaps this was a place of inheritance that he had left behind. Speaking of which, I can be considered as half a disciple of the Tu Shi ancient emperor. He, Tu Shi ancient emperor, this junior will not be courteous about your inheritance. When Xiao Yan thought that it might be the place of inheritance of the Tu Shi ancient emperor, he could not help but become excited in his heart. He continuously rubbed his palms together, looking like a professional thief. He was not serious at all. However, in the next instant, Xiao Yan once again became serious. Since it was the inheritance left behind by the Tu Shi ancient emperor, it must be something extraordinary. No wonder he had sensed an extremely terrifying, heavenly flames aura earlier. It seemed that the inheritance inside was not easy to obtain. Xiao Yan glanced at the endless abyss, then looked at the many stone platforms that were floating in the air. After hesitating for a moment, he walked towards the first stone platform. When he walked closer, Xiao Yan was finally able to see the stone platform clearly. It turned out that there was a thin black metal chain in each of the 4 directions of the stone platform. It hung down to the depths of the abyss that Xiao Yan could not see. Between every 2 stone platforms, there was also a pitch-black metal chain that connected them, all the way to the highest platform that was emitting bursts of fiery light. There were also many profound and mysterious runes carved on the chains. Those runes would occasionally emit waves of weak energy light, causing the entire space to appear incomparably mysterious. Xiao Yan's expression was a little grave as he muttered to himself in his heart. I did not expect that there would actually be such a huge formation here. Looks like it will be a little difficult to pass through this stage. The first stage is already so difficult. I really don't know how difficult the later stages will be. TSK. Tu Shi ancient emperor, you are clearly making things difficult for others. Xiao Yan thought as he shook his head and sighed. Xiao Yan walked to the front of the endless abyss. The corner of his mouth could not help but twitch slightly, and his heart was also slightly agitated. Xiao Yan calmed down slightly and stared at the first stone platform. His legs bent slightly, and his body bent forward. His feet stomped on the ground, and his entire body immediately flew towards the stone platform that was only 30 to 40 feet away from him. The perfect arc that Xiao Yan imagined did not appear. Instead, when he was halfway there, Xiao Yan's body began to fall downwards. In the midst of Xiao Yan's shock, Xiao Yan's descending foot once again stomped heavily on the dark black metal chain. Xiao Yan's falling body finally flew up again. In the end, he narrowly landed on the edge of the stone platform. The instant Xiao Yan landed, Xiao Yan's body involuntarily sank downwards. However, Xiao Yan did not pay too much attention to it. Instead, he looked back with a face full of luck. However, when he looked back, Xiao Yan actually saw that the originally pitch-black metal chain was currently emitting a faint and weak light. At this moment, the metal chain that Xiao Yan was on in several directions of the stone platform was also emitting light from the point of contact with the stone platform. At a speed that was visible to the naked eye, it gradually extended into the distance. It was likely that not long later, the metal chain that covered the entire cave would emit a bright light. Xiao Yan's expression instantly became serious when he saw this. Once the metal chain emitted light, it meant that the mysterious formation in the cave was about to be activated. At that time, it would be really difficult to deal with. Xiao Yan turned his head and frowned as he thought carefully. After which, he wanted to stand up. However, it caused his expression to change slightly. In the next moment, however, the corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. His body suddenly shook as he stood up. He ignored the strong suction force that was transmitted from his feet and the enormous pressure that was transmitted from his body. He directly walked toward the stone platform in front of him as if the pressure on the stone platform was nothing. It should be known that Xiao Yan was a strong person who trained both Do Qi and physical body. How could his physical strength be suppressed by this little pressure? With his first experience, Xiao Yan also gradually became familiar with the situation on the stone platform. Although the pressure on the stone platforms grew stronger with each step, it was not difficult for Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan also discovered that each time he stepped on a stone platform, the metal chain surrounding the stone platform would be activated. From there, it would begin to emit light and extend into the distance. This caused Xiao Yan to feel a little anxious in his heart. Xiao Yan continued to leap forward time and time again. Xiao Yan was finally only one step away from the final stone platform. As long as he took this step, he would only be one step away from that platform. A comfortable smile surfaced on Xiao Yan's face that was covered in sweat. However, when Xiao Yan looked at the surrounding metal chains that were originally dark black in color, his expression became ugly again. Xiao Yan took a heavy step forward, one step at a time. It could be seen that at this very moment, even Xiao Yan's strength was not as great as he wished. Bang! Xiao Yan half knelt on the ground as he panted heavily. The sweat on his face continuously dripped onto the ground like blooming chrysanthemums. Xiao Yan's expression was grave. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together as he looked at the platform that was only 90 feet away from him. His teeth creaked as he gritted them. Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at the platform that was close at hand. He then looked at the large formation that was about to form around him. He steeled his heart and his hands suddenly pushed against the ground. His body that was originally half kneeling on the ground forcefully stood up. His gaze was resolute as he looked at the platform opposite him. Because the platform was rather high, Xiao Yan could not see what exactly was on the stone platform. However, as long as he reached the platform, he would not be far from the heavenly flame. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's gaze became even more determined. His gaze towards the platform became even more hopeful. Xiao Yan walked step by step towards the opposite edge of the stone platform. The light on the surrounding metal chains continued to extend. It was only at this moment that Xiao Yan realized that the ends of the metal chains were actually connected to the 6 icicles. At this moment, the 6 icicles were also emitting waves of sparkling and translucent light, resonating with the lustrous metal chains. Xiao Yan's expression changed once again. His footsteps quickened as he walked to the edge of the stone platform. Looking at the platform that was slightly higher than the stone platform, he took a deep breath. His body bent forward once again. His legs were slightly bent and in an instant, he suddenly shot towards the platform. Looking for recommendations. Looking for recommendations. The editor needs motivation. Votes, your recommendation votes are my greatest motivation. Looking for recommendations. Chapter 17. Xiao Yan looked at the platform that was getting closer and closer to him. He looked at the faint fluorescent light that was about to come into contact with the 6 icicles. His heart was extremely anxious. Almost there. Almost there. Just a little more. Finally, following the shout in Xiao Yan's heart, Xiao Yan finally landed on the platform before the fluorescent light and the icicles came into contact. Xiao Yan glanced at the fluorescent light that was about to come into contact with the icicles and turned his head to look at the center of the platform. However, he was slightly stunned. The center of the platform was not the heavenly flame that should have been there. Instead, it was a vertical hole that led downwards. The hole had a diameter of several feet and was completely icy blue in color. It emitted a faint light that illuminated the top of the hole, causing it to be dazzling and dazzling. Xiao Yan was, after all, an experienced person. After being stunned for a few breaths, he stomped his feet on the ground and rushed toward the hole. He was only a few feet away from the hole. However, at the most critical moment, the entire platform that Xiao Yan was on suddenly emitted a bright light. A light pillar shot toward the sky, causing Xiao Yan's eyes to involuntarily narrow. Xiao Yan roared in his heart. His charging body did not retreat but instead advanced. His feet once again stomped heavily on the ground and he shot toward the light pillar with even greater ferocity. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to enter the light pillar, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed. His palm suddenly struck forward and heavily struck the light pillar in front of him. Bang! An earth-shattering sound was emitted from the place where Xiao Yan's palm struck. A huge rebounding force shook Xiao Yan until the blood in his body churned non-stop. His body only stopped when he was pushed back to the edge of the platform. At this moment, Xiao Yan naturally knew what had happened. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the light pillar in front of him. The dou qi in his body slowly circulated throughout his entire body. A moment later, the light pillar gradually dissipated, revealing what was within. Opposite Xiao Yan, in front of the hole, there were 6 ice dragons that were several thousand feet long surrounding it. The huge dragons let out waves of low roars and emitted waves of icy aura, causing some fine ice shards to appear in the air. However, the moment the ice shards appeared, they were swallowed by a wild heat and turned into waves of fog that rose and dissipated into the air. At this point, if Xiao Yan still could not recognize what kind of heavenly flame that was sealed by himself, it would really tarnish Xiao Yan's title as the Flame Emperor. The moment Xiao Yan saw the 6 ice dragons, he knew what kind of heavenly flame was in this mountain. The heavenly flame in this place was obviously one of the heavenly flames that Xiao Yan had interacted with for the longest time. It was also the first heavenly flame that Xiao Yan had seen, the bone-chilling flame. I didn't expect that the heavenly flame sealed in this place would actually be the bone-chilling flame. From the looks of it, if I want to obtain this bone-chilling flame, I will have to pass through this stage first. Xiao Yan looked at the 6 ice dragons, shook his head and sighed. He immediately raised his dou qi and prepared for the upcoming battle. The 6 ice dragons also seemed to know that Xiao Yan was about to start the battle. Therefore, their huge bodies that were originally coiled around each other also began to twist, emitting waves of frightening dragon aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. With Xiao Yan's strength, he could naturally feel that the strength of these 6 ice dragons had likely reached the dou di level. Even if they were compared to him, they were likely only slightly weaker. I didn't expect the ice dragon condensed from the formation to be so powerful. It even has a trace of the dragon clan's pressure. It seems that this formation is not simple. Xiao Yan quietly sighed in his heart as he sensed the frightening dragon might on the body of the ice dragon. Xiao Yan looked at the 6 enormous dragons and a fiery fighting intent suddenly erupted from his eyes. His body flashed and he suddenly charged toward the 6 ice dragons. His fist smashed toward the enormous dragon leading the group. That enormous dragon did not show any signs of weakness. Its enormous dragon claw was suddenly clenched into a fist as it met Xiao Yan's fist. The fist collided and a thunder-like explosion resounded over the cave, causing the entire cave to rumble. Xiao Yan and the enormous dragon each took a step back. The enormous dragon swung its enormous body and once again charged toward Xiao Yan with its claw. Xiao Yan let out a loud laugh. A thought passed through his mind and a bright golden light was emitted from his body. A majestic dragon might was being emitted from his body. Xiao Yan let out a long roar to the sky. Suddenly, a wild and arrogant dragon roar reverberated within the mountain cave. Even the entire mountain began to tremble intensely. The golden light scattered and Xiao Yan's entire body was covered with purple gold dragon scales. However, this was not the end. Xiao Yan's hand was still repeatedly changing seals. The originally dim golden light suddenly became bright once again. Xiao Yan's body also began to change, gradually becoming taller. Within a short couple of breaths, Xiao Yan had transformed into a 99-foot-tall golden giant. Xiao Yan looked at the enormous dragon that had flown in front of him. He threw a punch forward and violently collided with the enormous dragon claw. Xiao Yan suddenly let out an explosive roar. The strength on the enormous golden fist suddenly increased. The punch smashed the ice dragon in front of him until it was forced back. The seal in Xiao Yan's hand changed once again. An ancient god seal from the god seal skill was unleashed by Xiao Yan. His palm slammed into the enormous dragon's body and heavily sent it flying. Xiao Yan's body also began to change. He gradually became taller. Within a short couple of breaths, Xiao Yan had transformed into a 99-foot-tall golden giant. Xiao Yan looked at the enormous dragon that had flown in front of him. The remaining 5 ice dragons looked at the ice dragon that had been beaten back. Waves of low roars were emitted from their mouths. They used ferocious eyes to stare at Xiao Yan as they surrounded him. Since I can't avoid it, let's have a good fight. Xiao Yan parted his mouth and smiled. An explosive roar was emitted from his mouth. He looked at the 5 ice dragons that were surrounding him and his enormous body suddenly charged toward them. His enormous fist violently attacked the head of one of the ice dragons while his other hand once again slammed out with the ancient god seal. His enormous foot was unwilling to fall behind. The Great Eight collapse, which he had not used for a long time, was kicked toward another enormous dragon. He had even used the Yellow Spring Divine Anger. Moo! Moo! Although the strength of Xiao Yan's attacks was quite strong and each of them was ruthless, the 5 enormous dragons were not weak either. They merely became sluggish for an instant under the Yellow Spring Divine Anger. An instant later, they once again charged toward Xiao Yan. These enormous dragons were agglomerated from the bone-chilling flame. Moreover, they were the attacking method of the formation. Seeing that those incomparably powerful attacks were about to arrive, the bodies of each enormous dragon ignited with a white flame. Their mouths also spat out numerous flame-light beams. Finally, they merged together and transformed into a thick flame-light pillar that shot toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's expression was solemn when he saw this. The strength of each of these enormous dragons was about the same as his. At this moment, these enormous dragons had merged their attacks together. The strength of their attacks had soared by several times. Xiao Yan watched the flame-light beam that was becoming increasingly close to him. He extended both of his hands forward until they were level with his chest. A bang sounded and a brilliant flame rose from his palm. Both of his hands were violently slammed together. The flame in Xiao Yan's hand soared and the flame instantly wrapped around Xiao Yan's hand. Xiao Yan watched the 5 enormous dragons that were becoming increasingly close. The dou-qi within his body was wildly poured into the heavenly flame in his hand. The movement of his hand also became increasingly fast. A couple of breaths later, Xiao Yan's enormous golden body suddenly collided with the flame light beam. He used his body to forcefully block the light beam. The flame in his hand became increasingly bright. When Xiao Yan risked his injured body to charge in front of the 5 enormous dragons, he suddenly pushed his right hand forward. An incomparably beautiful lotus flower flew out from Xiao Yan's hand and flew toward the 5 enormous dragons. Xiao Yan watched the 5 enormous dragons that were becoming increasingly close. At the same time, Xiao Yan's mouth roared wildly. Buddha's angry lotus. Explode. Boom! A loud sound reverberated throughout the cave. Xiao Yan's huge body crashed into the cave's stone wall. Cracks like a spider web spread out around Xiao Yan. The 5 dragons were also sent flying with wounds all over their bodies. Together with the ice dragon, they were embedded into the stone wall. Boom! Xiao Yan's enormous feet violently stomped on the shattered rock wall. His enormous body abruptly shot toward the hole in the middle of the rock platform. Xiao Yan's enormous body also returned to its original appearance after flying out. One could see that his face was somewhat pale and traces of blood hung from the corner of his mouth. His white robe was extremely messy and he appeared to be in an extremely miserable state. However, his body, which was charging forward, still gave people a kind of powerful feeling that was filled with strength. It caused people to feel an invisible, powerful pressure that could not be compared with. It was as though everything in this world was under his feet. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded in the air. The 6 ice dragons disappeared and were replaced by a huge dragon that took up 1/5 of the space in the cave. Xiao Yan's body had just landed on the platform when he quickly dodged to the side. A huge dragon's tail instantly swept past the spot where Xiao Yan had just been. It brought about a gust of wild wind, causing the clothes on Xiao Yan's body to flutter. The biting cold wind brought about by the dragon's tail caused Xiao Yan's skin to feel waves of piercing pain as if it was being cut by a knife. Xiao Yan's body continued to flash. Finally, he stopped at the edge of the platform. His eyes were filled with a solemn expression. The huge body of the ice dragon continued to hover above the cave entrance. Xiao Yan glanced at the Tushi ancient emperor statue, whose corner had been shattered by a single attack. A suspicious expression appeared in his eyes. However, he did not have time to think too much about it. The huge dragon attacked once again. Its claw slammed down towards Xiao Yan's head. If this claw were to land, Xiao Yan would definitely die on the spot. Xiao Yan did not hesitate. His right palm struck out. At the same time, his mouth was wide open. His left hand pointed towards the huge dragon's head. Yellow spring palm. Yellow spring finger. Yellow spring divine wrath. Moo! Moo! The huge dragon was just about to make a move. However, when it saw that finger, its 2 dragon claws rose together and furiously clawed down towards Xiao Yan's hands. Its huge dragon eyes were filled with fury. This was because Xiao Yan did not use any finger to use the yellow spring finger. Instead, he used his middle finger. This time, it caused the ice dragon to be truly furious. Boom! This time around, Xiao Yan and it both retreated 1,000 feet. However, the huge dragon did not give Xiao Yan any chance to catch his breath. The moment it stopped, its entire body emitted an ice-cold aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. However, within that cold aura, there was also an extremely wild and overbearing flame aura. It caused one to feel that the temperature of one's entire body was constantly changing between extreme cold and extreme heat. Roar! The huge dragon suddenly shot out a beam of light from its mouth. That beam of light was incomparably dazzling. It enveloped the huge dragon and turned it into a part of that beam of light as it shot towards Xiao Yan. The power of this attack was enough to shake the heavens and destroy the void. It was as if everything in this attack was nothing but ants and nothingness. Xiao Yan's expression was extremely solemn. In the center of his palm, the heavenly flame appeared. The heavenly flame constantly revolved in the center of his palm, faster and faster. Finally, it formed a ring of flame. The ring of flame constantly rotated and absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. In the center of the ring of flame, a thumb-sized black spot constantly spread until it covered the entire center of the ring of flame. Xiao Yan looked at the energy beam that was getting closer and closer to him. The ring of flame in his hand was horizontally erected. The black part in the middle of the ring of flame was aimed at the energy beam. Xiao Yan lightly spat out 4 words from his mouth, Buddha's wrath reincarnation. Boom! Between heaven and earth, an incomparably wild wave of energy swept out from a tall mountain peak in the distant forest. Within a radius of thousands of miles, no matter if it was a human or a magical beast, there was no survivors. Seeking recommendations. Seeking recommendations. This editor needs your votes. Please. Chapter 18. Bang! The smoke and dust within the mountain cave had completely scattered. Two figures were standing opposite each other on a platform that was not considered very large. They stood on both ends of the platform. An enormous ice dragon was crawling behind the white-colored figure in front of it. The smoke and dust that permeated the sky automatically scattered a couple of feet in front of the old man, allowing one to clearly see his face. That person was wearing a plain white long robe. Both of his hands were placed behind his back. His icy blue long hair was draped over his shoulders. His face had some traces of the vicissitudes of life. At a glance, he did not appear any different from an ordinary old man. However, the smile that was revealed on the corner of his mouth caused one to feel a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. At this moment, the corner of this old man's mouth contained a smile and a trace of helplessness as he looked at the shocked face of Xiao Yan opposite him. Xiao Yan looked at this somewhat familiar old man. His usually calm face was filled with a rich shock at this moment. This was because the person who was currently standing opposite of Xiao Yan was none other than the enormous stone statue, the Tushi ancient god. Hey! Brat, are you planning to destroy this old man's cave dwelling? That old man's eyes carried some mockery as he looked at Xiao Yan and spoke. However, Xiao Yan was stunned after hearing these words. Cave dwelling? Did that not mean that this heavenly flame, spirit did not seal itself? Instead, it was in a retreat to train. In other words, not only had he destroyed the other party's home, he had also disturbed the other party's retreat. Xiao Yan was stunned. He had fought for a long time before barging into this place. However, in the end, this place was actually the other party's retreat. When he thought about the restriction from before, wasn't it used to chase away and deter those with weak strength? Xiao Yan's face twitched when he thought of this. In this way, everything that he had done had become a disturbance to the other party's retreat? Then, wouldn't the heavenly flame that he was about to obtain become a joke? As everyone knew, it was most taboo to disturb a practitioner when they were in a retreat. This was because if the person in retreat was in the midst of a breakthrough and someone outside suddenly interrupted the breakthrough of the person in retreat, then the offense was equivalent to a life and death grudge. This was because once the breakthrough was interrupted, the mottled and chaotic natural energy within the practitioner's body would not be able to be suppressed and refined. It would rampage within the practitioner's body, destroying the practitioner's channels and causing the do-qi within the practitioner's body to go berserk, and there was the danger of an explosion. If this kind of thing happened, the practitioner's future would be destroyed and his cultivation would stagnate. At this moment, it was clear that Xiao Yan had already violated the rules of the continent. However, it was fine if he had violated it. However, looking at this seemingly amiable-looking old man in front of him, Xiao Yan admitted that if the two of them were to face each other, he might not be able to receive even one attack from the other party. Xiao Yan's expression became increasingly solemn. However, the huge dragon behind the old man roared softly a few times for some unknown reason. When the plain-clothed old man heard this, he immediately turned his head around and glared fiercely at the huge dragon. The huge dragon hurriedly shut its mouth and no longer made any noise. However, from its pair of huge dragon eyes, one could sense that it was watching a joke. This caused Xiao Yan to feel a little strange. Suddenly, Xiao Yan seemed to have thought of something. He abruptly raised his head towards the plain-clothed old man. He stared at the old man and opened his mouth to speak. You are an emperor-tier medicinal pill, right? Otherwise, why would you have the appearance of the Tushi ancient god? You should also be a medicinal pill refined by the Tushi ancient god, right? Puff. The plain-clothed old man, who had originally taken out a bottle of wine and was drinking, suddenly spat out a mouthful of wine that he had yet to swallow. The wind blew and it landed on the old man's wrinkled old face. The old man ignored the wine that landed on his face. His face was filled with fury as he looked at Xiao Yan. The huge dragon behind him opened its dragon mouth and trembled intensely. It was short of letting out an earth-shaking dragon roar. Its pair of huge dragon eyes were filled with tears that were being held back. Xiao Yan also seemed to have realized that he had said something wrong. However, there was no way to salvage the situation. Hence, he could only quietly stand in the same spot and wait for the plain-clothed old man's reply. A moment later, the old man finally reacted. He curled his lips and said to Xiao Yan, "Little brat, an emperor-tier embryonic pill is able to leave such a deep impression on you. You are really a poor brat who has never seen the world. Alright, follow me. This old man will personally tell you who I am and let you have some knowledge. Otherwise, heh. On this continent, your eyesight is only passable in the outer region. However, once you reach the central region of the continent, TSK." The plain-clothed old man emitted waves of laughter as he spoke. Xiao Yan continued to curl his lips when he heard this. However, at the same time, he became even more curious about this old man. This plain-clothed old man clearly knew him very well. It seemed that there were still many things about him that he did not know. Xiao Yan followed the plain-clothed old man into the large hall that the old man had previously been in. Xiao Yan saw 3 words written in flamboyant calligraphy on the signboard of the large hall, Serene Bone Palace. Xiao Yan glanced at it briefly before continuing to follow the plain-clothed old man into the large hall. After entering the large hall, Xiao Yan found that it was no different from some of the ordinary discussion halls. The only difference was that there were only 2 chairs and a prayer mat in the entire large hall. Xiao Yan was unable to figure out just what use they had, so he simply skipped over them. The plain-clothed old man gestured for Xiao Yan to sit on one of the chairs. The chairs were placed together and there was a table between them. Xiao Yan directly sat on the chair and did not say anything. He quietly sat on the chair. Xiao Yan knew that he would be able to find out the doubts in his heart soon. Sure enough, the plain-clothed old man also sat down after Xiao Yan sat down. He waved his sleeve and a tea set appeared. It was accompanied by a steaming hot mist that scattered within the large hall. This old man is called Guyu. My original form is the bone-chilling flame. It is a heavenly flame that can incinerate everything in the world. I have followed the Tushi ancient god here in the past and have been waiting here in accordance with the Tushi ancient god's orders. Guyu's tone was filled with a sense of disdain when he spoke. His old face was filled with an arrogant expression. However, Xiao Yan could hear the hidden meaning in his words. Guyu was actually waiting for someone. Since Guyu had spoken in front of Xiao Yan, it was likely that he was waiting for someone. Xiao Yan's heart suddenly became anxious when he thought of this. He did not know why, but Xiao Yan had a special feeling. He needed strength, a very powerful strength. This was also the reason why Xiao Yan continued to advance towards the large mountain. He hesitated for a moment before asking Guyu. I think I can interpret what you just said to mean that you're waiting for someone. If you're waiting for someone, then that person is me, right? Guyu nodded and continued, my mission is to help you obtain all the contents of your cultivation method and help you cultivate it to the great success stage. Xiao Yan was originally engrossed in listening, but he suddenly heard the complete content of his qi method. Xiao Yan immediately lifted his head when he heard this. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared intently at the plain-clothed old man in front of him. Xiao Yan naturally understood the words of the plain-clothed old man. The qi method that the plain-clothed old man spoke of was naturally the qi method that Xiao Yan practiced, flame mantra. Xiao Yan's throat made a gulping sound as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty. His eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at the plain-clothed old man. His entire body trembled because of his excitement. It was a long while later before Xiao Yan opened his mouth and asked in a somewhat hoarse voice. Are you saying that there is a second part to the flame mantra? The flame mantra can be further strengthened? The plain-clothed old man heard Xiao Yan's hoarse voice and knew that Xiao Yan was extremely excited at this moment. Hence, he did not joke around. Instead, he nodded to Xiao Yan in acknowledgement. Xiao Yan was extremely excited when he saw this. He was just about to open his mouth to ask when Guyu opened his mouth and spoke again. Although I will help you cultivate the burning flame mantra to the advanced stage, you will still need to obtain the entire cultivation method by yourself. This is because even if it's me, I only have a fifth of the complete burning flame mantra. The other 4 parts are in the hands of the other 4 fellows. Whether or not you can obtain them will all depend on you. Xiao Yan's eyes were originally looking at Guyu with a sigh. However, he shrank back when he heard the latter part of the sentence. His face was depressed as he looked at Guyu. Guyu was also depressed and helpless. This was something that the Tushi ancient god had done back then. Why was it all blamed on him? However, Xiao Yan reacted a moment later and continued to ask. You said that the other 4 parts are in the hands of the other 4 people. Could it be that you know who those 4 people are? Why don't you snatch them back? Xiao Yan was just about to continue asking when he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His eyes were shocked as he looked at Guyu. Or perhaps, you are not a match for those 4 fellows. Every one of them is stronger than you. Guyu was listening to Xiao Yan make wild guesses about the whereabouts of the 4 parts of the Qi method. However, when he suddenly heard Xiao Yan's words, his eyes immediately became excited. He suddenly let out a wild roar and said, Junior. How can you speak of your elders in such a manner? How can those 4 old fellows be a match for the old me? Moreover, the old me has already obtained a successor. How can they be compared with the old me? Ugh! Guyu seemed to have suddenly recalled that he had said something. He turned his head and saw Xiao Yan's dark and sinister expression. Guyu was suddenly stunned on the spot and did not say anything. Only when Xiao Yan opened his eyes and looked at Guyu did Guyu sigh. Ugh! Little fellow, it seems that you have purposely said this because you are certain that the old me will not hurt you. Alright, alright. In any case, I will have to tell you sooner or later. The old me is Guyu. I am the guardian of one of the 5 flame-sealed points, the Serene Bone Point. Back then, the Tushi ancient god was the original bodies of the 5 of us. Back then, the Tushi ancient god was born on the Dochi continent and merged with many heavenly flames. Finally, he reached the peak of this continent. On the day he broke through, the world trembled. Fire rain fell from the sky and incinerated everything. It was just like a calamity on the continent. The land continued to tremble. Magma shot into the sky like spring water. It corresponded with the fire rain and turned the sky into a sea of fire. The entire continent turned into a purgatory. When the Tushi ancient god saw this, he used his great ability to summon the life energy of the world and reshaped everything on the continent. All life in the world was able to survive. 100 years later, the Tushi ancient god wanted to return to this world after having tasted everything in the world. However, there was a secret on the continent that had yet to be resolved. Hence, he left his inheritance behind and waited for the fated person to come and obtain it. However, he was afraid that it would be snatched away by a bully. Hence, he separated the 5 of us from his body and ordered us to choose a successor. He scattered his cultivation and disappeared from this world. Who you should be aware that the old me has spoken until this point, right? Finally, Guyu exhaled a long breath. Only then did he speak with some agitation in his heart. Xiao Yan nodded. However, he quickly raised his head and frowned as he asked Guyu. Since the Tushi ancient god disappeared on this continent, what is the matter with the Tushi ancient god mansion on the Dochi continent? This. Don't tell me that you do not allow a living person to leave behind a mansion. It is merely a mansion. What is there to make a fuss about? Guyu's eyebrows were involuntarily lifted when he heard this. He spoke in a calm voice. Xiao Yan continued to look at Guyu in a somewhat doubtful manner, but he was unable to see anything. Finally, he could only give up on thinking about it. However, his heart suddenly felt a little lost when he looked at the heavenly flame square on the distant Dochi continent. It seemed that there was something that he was unaware of that attracted him, but he was interrupted by Guyu. However, Xiao Yan still blurted out a sentence in his dazed state. Why does that heavenly flame square seem to have been seen somewhere before? Gu Yu's eyes suddenly shrank upon hearing this. Chapter 19. Two white-robed figures were seated opposite each other in an icy blue hall. One of them was old while the other was young. Both of them held teacups in their hands as they sipped tea. Suddenly, Xiao Yan asked Gu Yu. Elder Gu Yu, since you said that you are from the Serene Bone Point, one of the 5 flame-sealed points, I believe that the other 4 people should be from the 5 flame-sealed points, right? Gu Yu was not surprised when he heard this. Instead, he nodded and put down the teacup in his hand. That's right. The 5 flame-sealed meridian is formed by the union of 5 different heavenly flames. As long as one of the 5 heavenly flames still has its intelligence, the 5 flame-sealed meridian will not disappear and will continue to exist in this world. The other 4 people in the 5 flame-sealed meridian are located in 4 different directions on this continent. They are also the people who have grasped the other 4 parts of the burning flame mantra. However, our missions are different from each other and the degree of the test is also different. At that time, whether or not you can obtain the remnant chi method of the burning flame mantra will depend on you. As for who the 4 of them are, I can only tell you about 2 of them. As for the other 2, not to mention you, even I would find it very difficult to find them. Thus, I won't say anything more. Finding them will depend on your luck. Gu Yu explained the identities of the 2 people to Xiao Yan. One of them was known as Old Hai. His name was Hai Machin. His original form was the Sea Heart Flame. He was located in the northern part of the continent. There was a vast ocean there, and the 5 flame-sealed points that he was guarding was also there. That old man has established some North Sea Academy there. Perhaps you can go and take a look. It is just a broken academy. It is not a big deal. Gu Yu glanced to the side and curled his lips. Xiao Yan did not take it to heart and continued to listen. However, just because Xiao Yan did not take it to heart, it did not mean that others would not take it to heart. While Gu Yu uttered these words, a green-robed old man in a wooden house far away in the northern sea sneezed for no reason. After which, he frowned and muttered to himself, "Brother Gu Yu, this old man's face is very old." Oh. Which old fellow is speaking ill of this old man again? Gu Yu continued to explain to Xiao Yan on his own. The second person is a woman. However, Gu Yu raised his voice a lot, but at the same time, he was a little cautious. Then, he continued, "Don't underestimate this woman. It is fine if she is an ordinary woman, but not everyone can handle her. This woman is arrogant and unsociable. She is indifferent to others, However, it was precisely because of this that she had only accepted one disciple. Moreover, if it wasn't for the fact that her disciple's personality was similar to hers, she probably wouldn't have been able to stand her. Alright, I've already told you about her danger. Let me tell you about her main body. Her original form is the Red Lotus Hellfire. She is known as Yi Honglian or Lady Red Lotus. She lives in the fire maple forest in the extreme south. She is in closed-door training all year round. Only her disciple is outside. Therefore, if you want to go there, I suggest that you should first look for that old fellow, Hai Machin. He is much easier to talk to than Yi Honglian. Moreover, that old fellow is fond of wine. Perhaps, as long as you prepare some good wine, that old fellow will follow you." Ha ha. Gu Yu spoke as if Hai Machin was following him. When Xiao Yan heard Gu Yu's words, he raised his eyebrows. His eyes were instantly filled with excitement. He had chatted with Gu Yu for so long because he wanted Gu Yu to follow him. However, now that he heard Gu Yu's words, it seemed that Gu Yu and the other 4 were going to follow the inheritor of the Tushi ancient emperor. In this way, he would be able to obtain 5 heavenly flames that had existed for more than 1,000 years without much trouble. TSK, these heavenly flames were more powerful than 4 or 5 ordinary heavenly flames. Xiao Yan was thinking happily in his heart. Gu Yu glanced at him and shook his head, saying, "Don't think about it. Don't even think about it. If it was as simple as you think, I would have left with you long ago. Even though the 5 of us have to follow the inheritor, we still need to see if the inheritor has enough talent and strength to make us gasp in admiration. With your current strength, if you didn't meet me, the others wouldn't have been able to do it. Xiao Yan was startled for a moment before he recovered. He lifted his brows and parted his mouth. His eyes looked at Guyu. His face was filled with curiosity. Xiao Yan naturally knew that since the 5 seniors were going to follow him, they would definitely be accompanied by many difficult tests. For example, Xiao Yan had entered Guyu's cave dwelling. Although Guyu did not personally participate in the test of Xiao Yan's strength, he definitely knew about it. Otherwise, he would not be able to smile when facing a stranger like Xiao Yan after his cultivation was disturbed. Guyu had explained so much to Xiao Yan. Of course, it was not something that Xiao Yan could get from 1 or 2 seemingly scheming words. After all, Guyu was an expert who had lived for thousands of years. How could Xiao Yan, who was only 50 years old, be compared to him? Although Xiao Yan was not young, he was just like a child to Guyu. Guyu sighed. He helplessly glanced at Xiao Yan and said, "The test of the test is simple. The reason why the old me's test is so simple is because firstly, I have considered that you have just arrived at this place and your strength is relatively weak. Therefore, the strength of the formation is about the same as yours. After the fusion, it is only slightly stronger than yours, allowing you to have a chance to catch your breath. It is just that the old me did not expect that you actually possess a human tier do technique. Therefore, you were able to pass this test of mine so easily. Secondly, this is the old me's personal reason. The old me thinks that you are not bad, so I have purposely given you special treatment. You must remember how well the old me has treated you." Guyu had been serious at the start, but he began to joke halfway through his words, causing Xiao Yan to feel speechless. Speaking of which, you should be careful. The difficulty of this old man's test is worlds apart from the most basic requirement. It might be fine if you end up at Old Man Hai's place. I might be able to help you finish him off. However, if you end up at Yi Hong Lian's place, TSK, you should just say that you have never seen me. Otherwise, this old man does not know if you will be able to return alive. If you are unlucky and end up meeting those 2 demons, you can just act like you don't know anything. The 2 of them are extremely stubborn. Guyu reminded Xiao Yan with a solemn expression when he reached the end of his words. Xiao Yan also felt extremely shocked when he heard this. Even the formation today did not have the qualification to test him. Just how difficult would the real test be? However, this gave Xiao Yan sufficient time and motivation to grow. The growth of his strength was only a matter of time. As for motivation, with the remnant flame mantra as his motivation, Xiao Yan naturally did not need to worry. Xiao Yan mused for a moment before looking at Guyu. He asked, "Old Gu, can I address you as such?" Guyu nodded. Xiao Yan continued. "Since I have already passed Old Gu's test, does this mean that this junior can obtain the remnant flame mantra in Old Gu's hands?" Xiao Yan extended his hand towards Guyu as he spoke. Guyu shook his head when he saw this. He felt a little apologetic as he looked at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan said, "No. No, back then, on one hand, the Tushi ancient emperor wanted to ensure that the burning flame would not be lost, and on the other hand, it was another test for the inheritor. He fused the incomplete burning flame mantra into the bodies of the 5 of us, and unless you refine the heavenly flame's origin flame, you will not be able to obtain it. At most, you can only keep me in your body, and wait until you have enough strength before fusing with me. Furthermore, the fusion process is also extremely dangerous, and when you fuse with my origin flame, my soul will be automatically erased. This is also to prevent the inheritor from leaving behind any strange after effects after refining the heavenly flame." Xiao Yan's large eyes stared at his small eyes. His face twitched slightly. This was really something. He clearly had a treasure but could only look at it. How could anyone endure this? Unfortunately, Xiao Yan had no choice but to accept it even if he did not want to. However, this was also good. This way, he would have a powerful free fighter by his side in the future. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth curled up as a calm, old voice rang in his ears. He heard Guyu say, "Don't think too much. Don't think too much about it. This old man will not help you. Even if your life is in danger, I will not help you." Guyu's words were very firm. Even Xiao Yan could not tell that he was joking. Hence, Xiao Yan only glanced at Guyu and did not say anything else. A moment later, Xiao Yan finally opened his mouth and asked Guyu, seemingly in an attempt to break this somewhat quiet atmosphere. "I wonder if Elder Gu can explain the origin of the burning flame art to me. Since the effect of the burning flame art is so powerful, it should not have been created by some unknown person, right? I hope Elder Gu can answer Xiao Yan's question." Xiao Yan's tone was full of desire for knowledge. This was the first time in Xiao Yan's history that he had such a strong desire. However, this was normal. After all, the creator of the burning flame art was definitely not an ordinary person. Knowing the origin of the burning flame art would definitely be very exciting. Hence, Guyu felt a little proud of himself when Xiao Yan asked this question. Guyu parted his mouth and smiled. He revealed a row of old yellow teeth in his mouth as he looked at Xiao Yan. He acted as though this little fellow had improved. The burning flame art. Yes. The creator of this cultivation method was indeed an impressive and domineering individual. That person reached the pinnacle with just this burning flame mantra. He used the power of flames to forcefully create a world and saved countless people from the abyss of suffering. His might shook the heavens. Guyu's tone became more and more excited as he spoke. However, he suddenly became like a deflated balloon. His soaring aura instantly fell back to its original point. Guyu's tone was indifferent and did not change at all. Unfortunately, in the end, he died at the hands of his brothers. A peak expert of a generation died alone because of a few brothers. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yan felt that the atmosphere in the hall had become deathly silent. In just an instant, it returned to its original state. However, Xiao Yan felt as if he had experienced an era. It was only when Guyu snorted that Xiao Yan woke up. Xiao Yan's face revealed a horrified expression as he looked at Guyu. It was unexpected that just the memories of an ancient expert could stir one's emotions. He really wondered just what kind of strength this expert would possess if he was still alive. "All right, I won't talk to you anymore. Let's leave after I seal this place," Guyu said indifferently. When Xiao Yan heard this, he sorted out his thoughts and did not say anything else. He followed Guyu out of the hall. After exiting the hall, Guyu took a deep look at the serene bone hall that he had stayed in for thousands of years. He slowly raised his hands and seals appeared in his old hands. The ground in front of the hall trembled and a black wall rose from the ground. It firmly blocked the entrance of the hall. Once the wall appeared, Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. Xiao Yan was unable to recognize what material the wall was made of. However, just based on the fact that Xiao Yan was unable to recognize it, Xiao Yan admitted that he did not have the ability to destroy it even a little. When Guyu saw this, he only grinned and did not say anything else. He flew out of the mountain. "Please recommend me. Please recommend me. Please recommend me. Please recommend me." Chapter 20. Xiao Yan followed Guyu out of the dark bone hall deep underground and returned to the cave. Guyu and Xiao Yan saw the enormous ice dragon guarding the entrance of the cave the moment they exited. The ice dragon's entire body surrounded the entrance of the cave. A silver-white flame was emitted from the surface of its body. Its entire body emitted a frightening aura that could seize one's soul. It was as though a real dragon had awakened. It gave one a feeling of sacredness and inviolability. An impulse to worship it rose from the bottom of one's heart. Roar! The enormous dragon seemed to have sensed Guyu's and Xiao Yan's auras. Its entrenched body flipped and leaped into the air. Its dragon head faced the entrance of the cave and emitted waves of low roars. Two white figures emerged from the entrance of the cave as two sonic booms appeared. They paused in the air and stood side by side. Xiao Yan looked at the ice dragon and smiled. Although this ice dragon was formed from a formation, it possessed intelligence. It was indeed mysterious. Moreover, it seemed to have an extraordinary relationship with Old Gu. It was likely that Old Gu did not treat this ice dragon as a formation. The ice dragon looked at Xiao Yan's warm smile. It opened its large mouth and rubbed its enormous dragon head against Xiao Yan. It also roared a couple of times, causing the entire cave to shake. The dragon breath that was exhaled from its nose caused Xiao Yan's clothes to stick tightly to his skin. This caused Xiao Yan to feel extremely uncomfortable. Guyu softly laughed a couple of times. He stroked his beard and smiled as he looked at the ice dragon. There was a trace of reluctance in his eyes. The enormous dragon seemed to have sensed Guyu's current emotions. Its enormous dragon head rubbed against Guyu's body. A human-like reluctance was revealed in its eyes. Guyu extended his hand and rubbed the dragon's head, smoothing out its ice-blue hair. After which, he took a step back and stood in the air. The seal in his hands began to change once again. Wave after wave of intense energy ripples spread around his body, forming a water-like energy ripple. The seal in Guyu's hands continued to change. Milky white energy light beams continuously shot out from his hands and disappeared into the ice dragon's body. The enormous body of the ice dragon lit up with waves of hazy white light. Its originally energetic state had become sluggish. It gradually fell from the sky and curled into a ball. Its eyes were shut, and it appeared like an old man who was about to fall asleep. However, Xiao Yan could sense that this was not because the ice dragon had been weakened. Instead, Guyu was gathering all the energy that he had released back into the ice dragon's body. From the looks of it, Guyu was not only sealing the energy, but he was also putting the ice dragon into a deep slumber. It was likely that the ice dragon would sleep forever if no one triggered this formation in the future. Since Guyu had used all his means to hide the serene bone palace, it was impossible for it to be easily discovered by others. As a result, it was even more impossible for the ice dragon to wake up. Xiao Yan involuntarily sighed when he thought of this. Although it was a formation, they had been together for 1,000 years and had been friends for 1,000 years. Being a servant of the formation had long become a thing of the past. However, no one could accept such an outcome. Guyu took a very long time to set up the formation. However, Xiao Yan was very cooperative and did not say anything. Instead, he opened up a wide space and quietly waited by the side. Forget about anyone else, Xiao Yan was the first person who could not complete the task quickly after parting with an old friend. After Xiao Yan patiently waited for a couple of hours, Guyu finally slowly walked over to Xiao Yan with a bitter expression on his old face. Guyu smiled at Xiao Yan when he arrived in front of him. Without saying anything, he stepped forward and led Xiao Yan to the exit. In order to not activate the formation, Guyu had no choice but to lead Xiao Yan to the exit of the formation. They walked left and right, one step at a time, above the endless abyss. Xiao Yan's face was filled with caution as Guyu led the way. This was not because he did not trust Guyu. It was just that this endless abyss caused one's back to break out in a cold sweat. Even Xiao Yan could not bear it. Hence, he was also a little cautious. Guyu ignored Xiao Yan's feelings and continued to lead the way. The atmosphere along the way was very oppressive. Only when the two of them saw the light that belonged to the sun in the distance did Guyu change his earlier gloomy mood. He smiled and said to Xiao Yan, "Let's go. Let this old man see what kind of outstanding people there are on this continent. I wonder who is stronger compared to the person chosen by the Tushi ancient god beside me." Ha ha. Guyu increased his speed as he spoke and flew toward the light. Back then, the reason why Xiao Yan had taken so long to enter this cave was because the heat waves that had been blown out of the mountain had blocked him. Now, however, that heat wave had been broken by Xiao Yan. Although it had not been completely broken, the heat wave that had been formed by the bone-chilling flame had naturally disappeared with Guyu, the owner of the cave. The speed at which Xiao Yan exited the cave was naturally much faster. Within a couple of breaths, the two of them had rushed out of the cave that was tens of thousands of feet deep. Even Guyu involuntarily narrowed his eyes when he came out. The originally tall mountain no longer existed. Only the large rocks, which were thousands of feet wide, and the thick layer of dust that covered the ground, told everyone that an enormous creature had once fallen in this place. A towering mountain, which could allow a bird's-eye view of the continent, had once fallen in this place. Unfortunately, no one could see everything here. No one knew that there had once been a huge mountain here. No one knew that there had once been a small square here. No one knew about all of this. Who? Guyu slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest. He lifted his head and looked at the empty space above his head. A bright and dazzling silver-white flame light was emitted from his eyes. His body suddenly shot toward the sky as his cold eyes stared at the heavens. Xiao Yan frowned as he looked at Guyu's strange actions. He involuntarily guessed in his heart. Could it be that old Gu wanted to set up some kind of formation or restriction? Before Xiao Yan could come up with an answer, he saw Guyu's body flash as he shot into the sky. He stood on the highest cliff and placed his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with a silver-white flame as he stared at the heavens. Suddenly, Guyu laughed in a deafening manner. His laughter shook the heavens and the earth. It deterred all the magical beasts within a 10,000-kilometer radius and shook the world. Ha 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 ha, this old man is Guyu. I have waited for 1,000 years. Today, I have finally found a successor. Since this old man was born by the world, this old man will swear today that the world gave birth to me and I will become a transcendent being for the world. I will become one with the world. Xiao Yan's pupils suddenly shrank when these words were spoken. His expression suddenly changed. Just as Guyu's words left his mouth, the clear sky in the distance was now filled with churning dark clouds and roaring thunder. However, Guyu's expression did not change at all. Instead, he quietly stood at the top of the cliff and quietly watched the thunderbolts that caused even Xiao Yan's heart to palpitate continuously explode beside him. Xiao Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was stunned as he watched all of this. The corner of his eyes continued to twitch. He could clearly sense that the thunderbolts that descended from the sky were not ordinary thunderbolts. These thunderbolts might appear no different from ordinary thunderbolts from the outside, but judging from the strength that erupted when the thunderbolts exploded, Xiao Yan did not have the confidence to endure even a single one of them. He did not even have the slightest confidence in being able to endure the aftershocks. How? How much power does he have to be able to cause such a huge amount of damage? Even a Dodi is merely an ant. Xiao Yan's voice trembled as he muttered to himself. Hey! Brat, have you been scared silly? Guyu had coincidentally come down from the cliff at this moment. He involuntarily teased Xiao Yan when he saw his stunned appearance. Only then did Xiao Yan react. The thunderbolts in the sky had already disappeared. The dark clouds had also scattered. Xiao Yan turned around and saw Guyu standing in front of him. He immediately opened his mouth to ask, but Guyu was one step ahead of him. He heard Guyu slowly speak. That kind of heavenly lightning is called the 9 heavens divine lightning. It can destroy everything in the world that is extremely dark and evil. It is the nemesis of all evil things in the world, but it is also used to imprison people. It is a divine object that is used to make the heavenly lightning oath. It possesses the might of the world and can shake the heavens. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this. He did not expect his thoughts to be too one-sided. Originally, he had thought that with old Gu's strength, the 9 heavens divine lightning would at most be on par with him regardless of how powerful it was. However, he did not expect the heavenly lightning to be so powerful. Even old Gu was restrained by it. Alright, let's go. This heavenly lightning is very powerful. You will come to understand how powerful it is in the future. The most important thing now is to find a city so that you can understand the situation of this continent. This will allow you to know how to survive on this continent. Guyu's words had just sounded when he turned into a ray of light that entered Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan was initially startled. He then asked curiously, Old Gu, what are you doing? Hey, the two little guys in your body are still injured. If they slowly recuperate, it will take at least 3 or 4 months. If this old man doesn't enter your body, how can I heal them quickly? Besides, this old man's strength is not weak. But you, kid, don't be too optimistic. As long as this old man is outside, even if you meet someone who is stronger than you, who would dare to touch you? Have you thought of this before? Hey! Guyu grinned as he replied to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was stunned when he heard this. After which, he no longer spoke. He curled his lips and flew out of the forest. Xiao Yan frowned a long while later. He looked at the vast forest in the distance. Xiao Yan had already used his spiritual strength to investigate earlier. There was an endless green forest within 1,000 miles. No matter how Xiao Yan searched, he could not find any way out. Xiao Yan was helpless. He could only ask Guyu in his heart, "Old Gu, what is the situation now? Elder Bone, what's the situation now? I wonder if you can help us scout the surroundings and see if we can find a path with human aura. Otherwise, if we continue to walk without a goal like this, we won't be able to walk out in our lifetime. Therefore, we can only ask Elder Bone for help." Guyu laughed when he heard this. After which, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Xiao Yan, you should pay attention to what you say next time. If anything happens, you will be the only one who will not be able to leave. This old man will not be around. Alright, I will not play with you for now. Go to the southeast. There is a human's aura 8,000 miles away. You should be able to use him to leave this forest." Xiao Yan was in a good mood when he heard this. His body moved and he flew in that direction. A moment later, Xiao Yan's advancing body slowly came to a stop. His gaze looked down. At this moment, on the ground below, there was a young human figure whose entire body was covered in blood fighting with an enormous wolf-shaped magical beast. From the surface, the magical beast appeared to have suffered quite a serious injury. However, it was in a much better condition than the human. Therefore, as time slowly flowed by, the young human figure finally paused for a moment. The wolf-shaped magical beast grabbed this opportunity and clawed at the young human's chest. The young human was blasted away and broke 4 to 5 large trees before he came to a stop. However, the enormous wolf did not give up on the opportunity to kill him. Its claw once again pierced toward the young human's chest. If this claw struck, the young human would definitely die. The human's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he slowly closed them, waiting for the next moment of death. Swoosh! A sharp sound broke through the air and the huge wolf fell to the ground. The young human figure opened his eyes once again and saw the white-robed figure on the tree branch. His head tilted to the side and he fainted. "Please recommend me. I have no motivation. Please recommend me." Chapter 21. Xiao Yan smiled as he looked at the young practitioner who was slowly opening his eyes. According to Xiao Yan's perception, this young practitioner's cultivation was not bad. At least in the Doqi continent, he could be considered an outstanding talent. He had already reached the strength of a 7-star Do Huang. The huge wolf that he was fighting with was a rank 7 magic beast, the Howling Moon Wolf. This kind of magic beast was extremely ruthless in battle. As long as there was an opportunity to kill its opponent, it would not hesitate to charge forward and kill its opponent. Even if its opponent was about to hit its vital point, it would not have the slightest intention of dodging. Therefore, when faced with its life-for-life fighting style, many people would retreat in order to advance. They would only defend and not attack, waiting for it to reveal a flaw before giving it a fatal blow. Unfortunately, there were usually very few people who could last until then because under the violent bombardment of the Howling Moon Wolf, they simply could not withstand it. Unless one's strength far surpassed the Howling Moon Wolf, no one would be stupid enough to contend with it with weak strength. However, the person in front of Xiao Yan was a little strange. Although Xiao Yan had seen a few corpses earlier, from the appearance, their status and strength seemed to be lower than this person's. He should have been brought out from his own faction. The moment the young practitioner opened his eyes and saw Xiao Yan, he instinctively leaped up from the green rock he was lying on and landed on the ground a couple of feet away from Xiao Yan, carrying a gray fog with him. After which, he appeared to have recalled something and quickly walked forward. He cupped his hands together and bowed to Xiao Yan as he said, "Brother Xiao Yan, I have been waiting for you. I am Lu Xiang. Thank you for saving my life. I did not recognize my benefactor just now. I hope that benefactor will forgive me." Lu Xiang did not have a trace of hesitation when he spoke. It could be seen that he was also a straightforward person. Therefore, Xiao Yan did not blame him. After explaining his intentions, the two of them walked out of the mountain forest together. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble and to first understand this world, Xiao Yan did not fly out with Lu Xiang. Along the way, Xiao Yan also had a good impression of Lu Xiang. From his conversation with Lu Xiang along the way, Xiao Yan understood that they were now in the southwest region of the continent, adjacent to the desolate ancient forest in the south. There were many extremely powerful magical beasts, some of which were even strong enough to reach the peak of the continent. Their strength was not inferior to some of the peak existences of the human race. However, they seemed to have some agreement with the human race that they could not casually attack, otherwise they would be hunted down by experts from both sides until they died. Lu Xiang lived in a city called Qingyang City. It was a small city in the southwest region, and Lu Xiang was a member of one of the two great clans in Qingyang City. The two clans had been fighting openly and secretly for hundreds of years. The other clan was surnamed Wu, and the two had always been evenly matched. Until 10 years ago, when the head of the Wu clan made a breakthrough and injured the head of the Lu clan in a battle with the head of the Lu clan, leaving the head of the Lu clan with sequelae. Although the head of the Lu clan was injured and left with sequelae, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. With the foundation of the Lu clan, although the sequelae had not been completely removed, as long as the other medicinal ingredients were found, the sequelae would immediately be removed. Unfortunately, in the past 10 years, the Wu clan had been unforgiving, constantly suppressing the Lu clan. Most of the textile markets in Qingyang City had been occupied by the Wu clan. Although the head of the Wu clan's sequelae had almost completely recovered, the situation had become very critical. The remaining medicinal ingredients had not been found, but now that the Wu clan was about to attack the city, Lu Xiang had no choice but to bring his clan members out to search for medicinal ingredients. After 2 months of searching, Lu Xiang finally found the exact location of all the medicinal ingredients with great difficulty. After several battles, there were not many people left, but the last medicinal ingredient, soulguard grass, had not been found. This made Lu Xiang and the others very anxious. Seeing that the clan war was about to happen, but the head of the Wu clan had not recovered from the sequelae, they had no choice but to make a final gamble. When the 7th level magical beast, Howling Moon Wolf, went out to hunt for food, they quietly made a move. However, for some reason, they were discovered by the Howling Moon Wolf. After a series of battles, they were already exhausted, but now that they were discovered by the magical beast, they had no choice but to fight it. In the end, they were all wiped out. If Xiao Yan had not come in time, even Lu Xiang would have been eaten by the Howling Moon Wolf at this moment. Time passed unknowingly. The two of them chatted as they walked. In the blink of an eye, they had already approached the city. Xiao Yan glanced over and saw a black line on the distant ground. The ground under his feet had unknowingly changed from a green grassland to a solid hard road. It was obvious that this was the result of frequent traffic. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath and sensed the familiar human aura between the heavens and the earth. The corner of his mouth was lifted into an arc as he softly sighed. It's still better to be with humans. It's really too boring to be alone. Brother Lu, I still have something to do. See you later. See you later. As his voice fell, he ignored Lu Xiang's shocked expression and his body flashed and disappeared in front of Lu Xiang. Only the lingering sound of Xiao Yan's voice still reverberated in the sky, telling Lu Xiang that a person had just been here. He already knew the name of that person. It was a young man called Xiao Yan, who looked to be about the same age as him. Lu Xiang stood in the same spot for a long time and only recovered after a while. He took a step forward and almost fell. Only then did Lu Xiang realize that his legs were numb. He circulated the dou qi in his body and removed the numbness in his legs. Only then did he continue to rush toward Qingyang City. However, his speed this time was aided by his dou qi. Streams of pale green flowing light were left in the places that Lu Xiang passed by, and his body had already disappeared hundreds of feet away. As he was walking, he muttered to himself, so fast. This kind of speed, I'm afraid that only the head of the family can keep up with him at full strength. Doesn't that mean that his strength is at least at the same level as the head of the family? It's really too terrifying. With this kind of talent, he's probably a disciple from a large sect who came out to train. If my Lu family is on good terms with him, then even the Wu family will have to be courteous to us. I must quickly let the head of the family know about this matter. As his voice fell, his speed increased once again. His body flashed and he quickly flew toward the Lu family in Qingyang City. Lu Xiang was still rushing toward Qingyang City from outside the city, but Xiao Yan had already begun to stroll around the city. Xiao Yan looked at the bustling streets and smiled. After a few turns in the streets and the flow of people, he finally found a merchant association that specialized in selling information. Xiao Yan entered the shop and saw that the counters were filled with information about ordinary factions. He casually flipped through them and revealed a smile. With a book in his hand, he threw a handful of gold coins and walked out. After leaving the merchant association, he carefully looked at the dust-covered book in his hand. This book was called Continent Explanation, and it explained many things to know about the continent. However, Xiao Yan did not pay too much attention to it. Instead, he directly looked at the most important part. This continent was called the Yuanwu continent. In ancient times, there were many capable people. Experts were born in large numbers and geniuses were gathered. The Yuanwu continent was mainly divided into two major parts, the central region and the outer region. The outer region was further divided into four parts, the east, west, south, and north. The four parts were further divided into the 9 prefectures. The 9 prefectures were further divided into 36 counties and 72 prefectures. The book did not explain the central region in detail. Xiao Yan was not surprised and continued to read. Xiao Yan was naturally most concerned about strength. After all, strength was the only pass to the entire continent. Therefore, Xiao Yan read very carefully. The division of strength in the Yuanwu continent was mostly the same as the division of strength in the Douqi continent. However, when it came to Dou Di, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. The division of strength in the Yuanwu continent was no longer the same after reaching Dou Sheng. After Dou Sheng, it was divided into half-emperor, Dou Di, origin transformation realm, origin returning realm, origin king, origin emperor, origin zong, origin venerable, origin saint, origin emperor. These realms were the divisions of strength in the Yuanwu continent. Most of them were the same from Douzhi to Dou Sheng, but the only difference was between the origin transformation and returnance realms. The book explained that the origin transformation and returnance realms did not differ by 9 stars like the other realms. The origin transformation and returnance realms were divided into early, mid, and late stages. The late stages were further divided into the late stages and the peak of the late stages. Before one reached the origin transformation realm, one could use the Emperor's origin energy in the world to cultivate. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had to adapt to the Genesis Qi in the world. Xiao Yan's situation when he broke through earlier was because his body was incompatible with the Genesis Qi of the world. If it were not for the jade bottle, Xiao Yan would not know what to do. The reason why the people of the Yuanwu continent could adapt to the Genesis Qi of the world was mainly because they were born on the continent, so they naturally adapted early. Once they matured, there was no need for them to adjust to the Genesis Qi. For example, Xiao Yan would not be able to adapt to the Genesis Qi of the world for a period of time. The two realms relied on a cultivator's familiarity with the Genesis Qi of the world, allowing them to draw the Genesis Qi into their body and use it for themselves. The origin transformation realm was the cultivation of both Do-Chi and Genesis Chi. Once a cultivator reached the Returnance realm, they would mainly cultivate Genesis Chi. It was impossible for a human's body to grow forever, because if a human's body could constantly grow, there would be no such thing as aging, sickness, and death. Although Do-Chi could strengthen the body, once one's strength reached a certain level, they would explode from the tremendous amount of Do-Chi no matter how great their cultivation was. The purpose of cultivating Genesis Chi was to absorb and refine the Genesis Chi and use it to strengthen the body. This was because people had discovered that Genesis Chi was much gentler and denser than Do-Chi. No matter how many cultivators there were, nothing would happen to them. However, there was a flaw that Genesis Chi could not be compared to Do-Chi, which was that Genesis Chi was far less destructive than Do-Chi. Fortunately, everyone needed to use Genesis Chi after reaching the Returnance realm, so cultivators did not have to worry about it. As for Do Emperors, although they still cultivated Do-Chi, even 10 peak Do Emperors would not be able to match a single Returnance expert. From this, it could be seen that the difference in cultivation was not something that could be offset by the strength of one's cultivation. The main purpose of cultivating at the Returnance realm was to harmonize the body with the Genesis Chi of the world, reaching a state of perfect fusion. This step was easier said than done. It required one to refine and absorb the Genesis Chi of the world and condense it into a white Genesis Chi bead in the body. The purer the Genesis Chi bead, the better it would be. In particular, milky white Genesis Chi beads were extremely pure. As long as one could condense a milky white Genesis Chi bead, it meant that one's future was limitless, and there would definitely be many super sects that would try to rope them in. If only one of them knew about it, they would do everything in their power to stop all news and recruit the person. Once the Genesis Chi bead was successfully condensed, reaching the origin ancestor realm would be set in stone. This was why so many people remained at the Returnance realm for so long just for the sake of glory. They hoped to gain a place in the super sections. Once they succeeded, they and their clans would achieve unparalleled glory. The Returnance realm was what they relied on the most. Dear readers, you're not helping. I'm working very hard. I hope you can help me. Please recommend me. Please. Recommend me.